Was dominant. 1 hit, 10 strikeouts, enhancing his building reputation as one of the best postseason pitchers ever. And Greg Maddux, 4 times the Cy Young Award winner, had blanked the Bombers into the 8th. But in the World Series, great performances can be erased or overshadowed by the smallest of things. With 2 on and none out in the Yankee 8th, one of those things occurred. Gets this one down. Well placed. Hunter has to make a good play, and then it squirts out of his hand. The bases are loaded. If Brian Hunter, just in the game for his glove, had made that play, it's likely the whole inning unfolds differently. Instead, the Yankees took advantage and did a number of little things that produced 4 runs in that inning. Now the Braves face Game 2, knowing that if the Yankees win again tonight, the series may not be coming back to Atlanta. Game 2, next.
This is the E-Trade World Series pregame show. Tonight, it's Game 2. The New York Yankees versus the Atlanta Braves.
And in Game 2, here are the pitchers. The veteran David Cone, whose 12-9 regular season included a perfect game. He's 1-0 in the playoffs against Kevin Millwood, 18-7 for the year, 2-0 in the division series in LCS for the Braves. Hi, and welcome to Game 2 in Atlanta. I'm Bob Costas. The first pitch is a little more than a half hour away. Joe Morgan will join me later for the call. But coming up next, hosted by Hannah Storm, it's the pregame show, a pregame show that includes the introduction of baseball's all-century team. Now, 18 of the 30 members of that squad are living, and all 18 of those living legends are here tonight in Atlanta. This is something you will not want to miss. For that and the rest of the pregame show, here's Hannah.
Thanks, Bob. Well, it's another chilly night in Georgia, and the Atlanta Braves, looking to heat up their bats tonight, have inserted 3 new hitters in the starting lineup for Game 3. Braves skipper Bobby Cox has 3 left-handed batters going tonight. Keith Lockhart at second base, Ozzie Guillen at shortstop, and catcher Greg Myers. He replaces NLCS MVP Eddie Perez. Now, Perez is suffering from a broken blood vessel on a finger on his left hand. He could play tonight, though, if needed. And the new lineup faces Yankees starter David Cone, whose season included a perfect game. But a year and a half ago, Cone feared he would never pitch again. An aneurysm in his right shoulder threatened his pitching career.
I thought it was all over, and you know, I've had new life, and I've actually probably pitched better at some point since the aneurysm than I did before. First World Series experience in '92 with the Blue Jays, ironically against the Braves, it was kind of a blur. You don't really take in your surroundings, whereas this time around, it's my 4th World Series. I'm really trying to appreciate it more.
As Cone tries to savor the moment, the Braves look to salvage a split at home. They turn not to one of their Cy Young veterans, but to their young pitching sensation, Kevin Millwood, who has 2 wins and a save this postseason. And now Millwood faces a virtual must-win game for the Braves. But no matter how he pitches, Atlanta's revamped lineup needs to generate more offensive support than what they managed in Game 1. Cincinnati Reds all-star shortstop Barry Larkin went into the batter's laboratory to seek solution for the ailing Atlanta bats against David Cone.
If I'm an Atlanta Brave, I know we got 2 hits last night. We were basically dominated by a guy that throws the ball from all different arm angles. The pitcher tonight for the Yankees, David Cone, he also throws the ball from all different arm angles. So I'm thinking, we had experience with it last night, and tonight we definitely have a chance. One big key is that David Cone does not hide the ball in his delivery to the plate as El Duque does. That way, the hitters can pick up the ball early, recognize the pitches, and put more balls in play. The second key, find ways to get on base. That way, the mistakes to your big boppers, Jones and Jordan, are now 3-run bombs as opposed to solo shots. In that clubhouse, the Braves are thinking, let's win this game tonight and head to the Big Apple Tide.
Chipper Jones generated the only Braves run last night with his 4th inning homer. It has been an MVP season for the Atlanta third baseman, but last October, it was Jones' personal life that made headlines. He publicly acknowledged extramarital affairs, one of which produced a son. Jones' All-American image was forever changed.
To be honest with you, there was a tremendous amount of guilt when I would come here to the park, see all the chipper signs all over the park, and, you know, it kind of got to me at times. I realized that people were going to put me on a pedestal and people expect me to act a certain way. But I went through a period in my life where I didn't make a lot of good decisions. And
You felt hypocritical? I
did. You know, I felt like people saw me one way and I was leading a completely different life back behind the scenes, and I didn't want to do that anymore.
So Jones publicly acknowledged his mistakes, then had to deal with the consequences.
You know, it cost me my marriage, and I'm forever sorry for that. But I think you can pull goods out of everything. You know, I have a son now, 18 months old, that is awesome. You know, every time I see him, it's great. I almost break down in tears every time I see him. I want to be a role model for him, you know, and to do that, I had to straighten out my life.
Jones also told me that he's finally at peace with himself and that was a major factor contributing to his success this season. Coming up next, the introduction of the MasterCard All-Century team. If Cuba had such a team, one member would surely be El Duque, Orlando Hernandez, the hero of last night's World Series opener.
The payoff pitch. He struck out the side.
He's dropping down and throwing an assortment of breaking balls. He is very sharp tonight.
Is he ever?
Listo, el lanzamiento viene, le tiró y se fue de boca prácticamente.
Okay, let's take another call for our expert. We've got Ed in Cleveland on the line.
You guys are way off. That sector's trending up, and with overseas support and strong earnings, it's an obvious buy recommendation. Consumer confidence is strong. Excuse me. I'm on TV.
I don't care. Take out the garbage.
The whole world can hear you.
Take it out.
I'm analyzing securities.
It's time for E-Trade, the #1 place to invest online.
Remember compliments you receive. Forget the insults. Be nice to your siblings. They're your best link to your past and the people most likely to stick with you in the future. Finally, a minivan to live by. Introducing the all-new Mazda MPV.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
I'm calling long distance with one of those 1010 numbers. Makes you crazy.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's not.
It'll make you nuts. But with the new AT&T one-rate 7-cent plan, calls are just 7 cents a minute.
Yeah, but you can only call at certain times, right?
7 cents a minute all day, every day.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week? That's simple.
Yes, it is.
So I don't have to use those 1010 numbers ever again?
No, you don't.
All day, every day. Call 1-800-41-RATE to enroll.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
MasterCard presents the Major League Baseball All-Century Team.
Ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome your All-Century team, accompanied by Commissioner Bud Selig and Hall of Fame broadcaster Vin Scully.
Century, through peace and war, through periods of calm and through periods of social upheaval, through economic boom and economic depression, through times of enlightenment and times of scandal, there has been one constant: the great game of baseball. Tonight, with our partners at MasterCard International, we honor this great game and the 15,000 players who played it during the 20th century by bringing you the special few who transcended the eras in which they played. By vote of the fans, they are the greatest players of the 20th century. They are the all-century team. To introduce this team, it is my privilege to turn the program over to one of the truly great broadcasters of all time, the voice of the Dodgers for the past 50 years, Mr. Vin Scully.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you. It's an honor and a privilege to play a small part in tonight's festivities and to bring this wonderful gathering to baseball fans throughout the world. We're here to honor the great players at a very precious moment, a moment that we will not relive in our lifetime. So pull up a chair and let's meet the members of Major League Baseball All-Century Team presented by MasterCard. First of all, your All-Century pitchers. He is the only 5-time Cy Young Award winner. He struck out 20 batters in a game on 2 separate occasions. Roger Clemens. He exemplified competitiveness and consistency He won 7 straight World Series games for the St. Louis Cardinals. Bob Gibson. A 7-time strikeout king. He was baseball's most dominant left-handed pitcher of the first half of the century, Lefty Grove. His durability and dominance led to his nickname, the Big Train. He won 416 games, including a record 110 shutouts. Walter Johnson. He dominated the early 60s, winning 3 Cy Young Awards, pitching 4 no-hitters. His ERA in 57 innings of World Series play, an amazing 0.95. Sandy Koufax. He was one of baseball's first heroes, pitching, if you can believe it, 3 shutouts in 6 days in the 1905 World Series. Christy Mathewson. He holds the career strikeout record, 5,714. He tossed an amazing 7 no-hitters. The Ryan Express, Nolan Ryan. He won 20 or more games 13 times. Is the winningest left-handed pitcher in baseball history, Warren Spahn. He set the standard for pitching excellence, and his record, 511 wins, 749 complete games, will likely stand for all time. Cy Young. Next, your all-century catchers. He was the backbone and most feared hitter for the Big Red Machine, winning 2 MVP awards and 10 Gold Gloves. Johnny Bench. He was one of the game's best clutch performers. He still holds the record, most hits and games in the World Series. 3-time MVP, Yogi Berra. Next, your all-century first baseman. He was called the Iron Horse and was one of the great sluggers of all time. He still holds the record for 23 career Grand Slams. Lou Gehrig. He hit 49 home runs as a rookie in 1987. and a record 70 home runs to captivate the nation last year. He reached 500 career home runs in fewer games than anyone in history. Mark McGwire. Next, we honor your all-century second baseman. He still holds the record for the highest single-season batting average, hitting .424 in 1924. Rogers Hornsby. He was a six-time All-Star. And in 1947, he changed the game forever when he broke the color barrier of America's national sport, baseball, and American legend, Jackie Robinson. Next, your all-century shortstops. He delighted Cubs fans with his 512 home runs, steady fielding, cheerful approach to the game, two-time MVP. Hey, let's play two, Ernie Banks. He has won 2 MVP awards, hit 400 home runs, and is 9 hits away from 3,000. He played in a record 2,632 consecutive games. Cal Ripken Jr. He was the game's most complete star at the beginning of the century and won 10 National League batting titles. Honus Wagner. Next, your all-century third baseman. A clutch hitter who set the modern-day standard for defensive excellence. 16-time Gold Glove winner, Brooks Robinson. He possessed an unprecedented combination of power, defensive skill, and speed. 3-time MVP, 10-time Gold Glove winner, Mike Schmidt. And finally, your all-century outfielders. really know of him well. He was called the Georgia Peach, but he was the most feared hitter and base runner of his time. His .367 career batting average still ranks as the all-time best. Ty Cobb. He was an all-star in each of his 13 seasons. His 56-game hitting streak in 1941, one of the game's most cherished records, the Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio. One of baseball's most complete players. He has won 9 consecutive Gold Gloves, and at the age of 29, he already has 398 home runs. The youngest all-century player, Ken Griffey Jr. Game's most productive sluggers ever. His 1956 Triple Crown season was one of the best in baseball history. Mickey Mantle. He was the Giants' say-hey kid. He played in 24 All-Star games, won 11 Gold Gloves for his electrifying play in center field. His 660 home runs are 3rd all-time. Say hey, Willie Mays! This 3-time MVP and 24-time All-Star for the St. Louis Cardinals was among the greatest all-around offensive players of the 40s and 50s. Stan the Man, Stan Musial. He was known as Charlie Hustle. He holds the Major League record for most career hits, 4,256. Pete Rose. Began his career as one of the game's best pitchers, ended up 714 home runs later as an American legend, George Herman Babe Ruth. He won 2 Triple Crowns. He was the last man to hit 400 in a season 58 years ago. He hit 521 career home runs, including one in his final at-bat. The splendid splinter, Teddy Ballgame, Ted Williams. was a 24-time All-Star. He batted over 300 14 times. Baseball's career RBI leader, and he became baseball's all-time home run king 25 years ago. Henry Aaron. Ladies and gentlemen, with apologies to the playwright, for one brief shining moment, this is Camelot. Ladies and gentlemen, your all-century team.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand. Kindly remove your caps, and to honor America, join in the singing of our national anthem, which will be presented tonight by Grammy Award-winning MCA recording artist, Patti LaBelle.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reckless, the bomb bursting in air, came through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of
Coming up next, Hank Aaron will throw out the ceremonial first pitch.
Nine programs, $27. 5 hot dogs, 6 pennants, $45. One big puffy hand, $6. Their first big league ball game, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard, the card at the heart of Major League Baseball.
Typical day for the IT manager. Everyone wants everything now.
Please direct your attention to the pitcher's mound, where Hank Aaron is with us on behalf of the All-Century team to throw out the ceremonial first ball for tonight's game. Let's give Hank a big hand.
All right. I just knew it from there.
And what a special night here at Turner Field. Emotional moment there for Hank Aaron and the Braves fans. And just across the street at the old Fulton County Stadium, now a parking lot. Aaron hit one of baseball's most historic home runs. Career number 715, which lifted him past Babe Ruth on the all-time career home run list. And Aaron, since his retirement, part of the Braves front office, as tonight the Atlanta Braves look to even the World Series with the Yankees at a game apiece. Meanwhile, for Pete Rose, tonight's ceremony marking a return to the baseball spotlight. He's with Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Hannah. Pete, congratulations. It was quite an ovation.
Hard stopping, yeah.
Pete, let me ask you now. It seems as though that there is an opening. The American public is very forgiving. Are you willing to show contrition, admit that you bet on baseball, and make some sort of an apology to that effect?
Not at all, Jim. Not at all. I'm not going to admit something didn't happen. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but I appreciate the ovation. I appreciate the American fans voting me on that all-century team, and I'm just a small part of a big deal tonight.
With the overwhelming evidence that is in that report, why not make that step with this opening?
This is too much of a festive night to worry about that. I mean, because I don't know what evidence you're talking about. I mean, just show it to me.
Well, the Dow report did, but we don't want to debate that, Pete.
Well, why not? Why do we want to believe everything he says?
Why you signed a paper acknowledging the ban? Why did you sign it if you didn't agree to be banned for life?
It also says I can apply for reinstatement after 1 year. If you remember correctly in the press conference. Matter of fact, my statement was I can't wait for my little girl to be a year old so I can apply for reinstatement at my press conference. So you forgot they had that clause that was in there.
Well, you have applied for reinstatement in 1997. Have you heard back from Commissioner Seelig?
No, and that kind of surprises me. It's only been 2 years, though, and he's got a lot of things on his mind, but I hope to someday.
Pete, it's been 10 years since you've been allowed on the field.
Yeah.
Obviously, the approach that you have taken has not worked. Why not at this point take a different approach?
Oh, when you say it hadn't worked, what do you exactly mean?
You're not allowed in baseball. You're not allowed to earn a living in the game you love, and you're not allowed to be in the Hall of Fame. And that should be your ultimate goal.
That was apply for reinstatement. And I hope Bud Selig considers that. He gives me an opportunity. I won't need a third chance. All I need is a second chance.
Pete, those who will hear this tonight will say that you have been your own worst enemy and continue to be. How do you respond to that?
In what way are you talking about?
By not acknowledging what seems to be overwhelming evidence.
I'm surprised you're bombarding me like this. I mean, I'm doing an interview with you on a great night, a great occasion, a great ovation. Everybody seems to be in a good mood. And you're bringing up something that happened 10 years ago.
Well, I bring it up because I think people would like to see you get it on. Pete, we got to go. We got a game.
It's a prosecutor's brief. It's not an interview, and I'm very surprised at you. I am, really.
Well, some would be surprised that you didn't take the opportunity. Let's go upstairs to Hannah. Congratulations to you, Pete.
Bob Costas and Joe Morgan will have the first pitch of Game 2 of the 1999 World Series after this.
This has been the E-Trade World Series pregame show.
And the snow emergency is still in effect. In other news, the market rebounded today.
Ooh, the market.
Gene, buy one of them tech stocks. Shake it off.
No, invest in pork belly.
No! Dump your money in plastics.
While you're buying things, why don't you buy me some legs?
It's time for E-Trade, the #1 place to invest online.
I'd like my spleen back, too. I don't know where it is.
They've been struggling at the plate, but there's a nice breeze blowing out towards right field.
From spring to fall, you can feel it in the air. From the sunshine leagues of Florida to the farmlands of the prairies. From the schoolyards of New York to the golden fields of California, it's allergy season. That's why there's Claritin, the #1 prescribed antihistamine in America. Talk to your doctor about Claritin, and when the umpire yells, "Play ball," you'll be ready. Claritin, the official allergy medication of Major League Baseball. Claritin has a low occurrence of side effects such as headache, drowsiness, fatigue, and dry mouth, similar to sugar pill.
The network television premiere, Men in Black, NBC, November 28th.
As you might expect, Teller and I don't see eye to eye on investing. I like to avoid risk. Teller's a little more daring. We do, however, share the same new way to trade online.
Introducing Power Street by Fidelity, the first site with trading tools customized by Lycos to fit your life, your goals, your unique way of doing things.
Look, the market's up. Or, in your case, down.
Power Street Online Trading. Call or visit fidelity.com to open an account.
See your authorized BMW Center for lease and finance options.
Take it from a company who's always loved this game, who manages the assets of major league clubs and finances everything from the making of baseball gloves to the building of stadiums, and who this season became an official sponsor of Major League Baseball. There is nothing like the first time you make it to the majors.
No, not hiccup. HICRA, the Healthcare Reform Act, and it's no laughing matter. HICRA provides health care for uninsured families who can't afford it. It supports New York's teaching hospitals, protecting their state-of-the-art technology. And HICRA 2000 guarantees that doctors have the final say about treatment options, not HMO bureaucrats. Call 1-877-YES-HICRA. It's no laughing matter.
Judge Judy on NBC, weekdays at 4 p.m.
It's Game 2. The New York Yankees versus the Atlanta Braves.
Turner Field still reverberating with the cheers for the 18 living members of the All-Century team and the dozen all-time greats who could be here only in spirit. And as the cameras pan those dugouts, you see a Paul O'Neill applauding a Willie Mays or a Chipper Jones, a Ted Williams. The appreciative look on the face of Joe Torre, who played with and against many of those who are on the field tonight. It sets the stage in a beautiful way for Game 2 of this World Series. I'm joined by Hall of Famer Joe Morgan, who himself placed very high in the All-Century balloting. I know you had goosebumps up here.
Well, I did, Bob. I mean, if you're a player and you watched all these great players on the field, I think it's got to inspire these players to have a great ball game tonight. And all the players who are around Major League Baseball, it has to inspire them to play great next season.
This is the game that has the longest and richest history of any American sport. We got a taste of it tonight. Now let's go back to recent history. Just last night, a 1-0 lead for Greg Maddux and the Braves, top of the 8th. If Chuck Knobloch's bunt had been handled, the whole inning might have unfolded differently.
You're right, Bob, but I think what the Yankees showed last night is why they've won 9 straight World Series games. They know how to win, whether it be just a single through the infield, starting a rally, taking a base on balls, executing a perfect bunt, getting some help from the defense. They know how to win. Derek Jeter here gets a single to tie the ball game. A drawn-in infield allowed Paul O'Neill's ball to go through, which put the Yankees ahead for good. This made it 3-1 as Chuck Knobloch scored the run. And you can see they did this with a lot of small ball, not the Bronx Bombers we've all come to know and love. 2 sacrifice bunts, a couple of stolen bases, and even some base on ball help from the Atlanta Braves, which is unusual.
As someone once said, a nick here, a nick there, and pretty soon you're bleeding to death. Okay, now to tonight's game and the pitchers, Cone and Millwood.
Well, David Cone is going to be a little bit like Orlando Hernandez last night in that he throws from a lot of different angles. He throws a splitter, which Hernandez doesn't throw, but he has that sidearm fastball that is devastating. And Kevin Millwood showed how good a pitcher he can be in Game 2 of the division series. He pitches a one-hitter against the Astros. He beat the Mets to win his second postseason game. He could not hold the 5-0 lead in Game 6 as he left the ballpark. He will have to be very sharp tonight. You see he's given up 13 hits in 12 innings. I expect David Cone to be sharp. Kevin Millwood is going to have to bring his best game with him tonight as well.
Cone, as everyone knows, works best on long rest. He pitches tonight on 9 days rest. Here is the Budweiser lineup for the New York Yankees, and it's the same as last night with the exception that Brocious moves up from 8th to 7th, and Joe Girardi, rather than Jorge Posada, will be the catcher. Cone is a decent hitter. He's had his moments at the plate and, of course, spent a lot of time in the National League. Kevin Millwood was really the best pitcher for the Braves over the course of the full season at 18-7 and 2-0 in the postseason.
He was very consistent, Bob, throughout the season. Let's take a look at the defense tonight. There you see Chipper Jones and Ryan Klesko have contributed to the Atlanta infield having 10 postseason errors. They've got some changes, Lockhart at second base and Guillen at shortstop tonight. So this is a little different infield than the one we've seen most of the LCS and here in the World Series for the Braves.
Interesting that you'd make changes at 2 such important defensive positions on the same night. The entire middle of the diamond is different. Flashbulbs popping all around the park as Rocky Rowe says that's strike 1. Rowe has the plate, American League ump. Steve Ripley of the National League at first. Darrell Cousins of the American League at second. Jerry Davis, National League at third. Jim Joyce, American League in left. Randy Marsh, last night's plate umpire from the National League, is in right. 0-2.
And that's what Kevin Millwood does best. He stays ahead of the hitters. He doesn't have an overpowering fastball. He's got a good fastball, good curveball, change, and slider. But none of these pitches are devastating. But his control is good, and he usually stays ahead of the hitters.
He's just 24 years old from North Carolina. Pitched well for them the previous 2 seasons, but never got into any postseason play. Line drive over Guillen's head. A leadoff hit for Knobloch. Big turn at first, but he'll hold there.
Knobloch, an excellent high fastball hitter. And Millwood gets ahead. I don't know if he was trying to waste this pitch or what, but he gets a high fastball out over the plate. And Knobloch rips it to center field. High fastball right out over the plate. Good 2-strike hitting there by Knobloch. And he gives the Yankees a start here in the top of the first.
Knobloch stole 28 bases this year. There was a time earlier in his career with the Twins where he swiped more than 60. Now here's Jeter, who has a 14-game postseason hitting streak, 2 for 4 last night. Ball 1 to him. The game time temperature is 49 degrees. The wind chill 39.
And Joe Torre brought a different style of baseball to the American League when he went to the Yankees. He will hit and run. He plays a National League style game in the American League.
Another base knock. Gerald Williams over to try and cut it off, and he'll hold Knobloch to second. Consecutive singles to begin the game.
I think both of the pitches will be up, and that's a problem for Millwood. He is not a high ball pitcher. Pitch is about belt high and on the inside part of the plate. And Jeter rips it over Chipper Jones' head. Good play in left field by Gerald Williams to hold Knobloch at second base.
So Jeter wastes no time extending that postseason hitting streak to 15. Here's O'Neill. His bases loaded hit through a drawn-in infield snapped a 1-all tie. and gave the Yankees a 3-1 lead. Eventually, they won Game 1, 4-1. Called strike.
That's where Kevin Millwood wants to throw his fastball, especially to the right-handed hitters. He wants to stay down on the right-handers. Not as much so against the left-handed hitters, but you have to stay down against the right-handed hitters on the New York Yankees.
Sliced foul, 0-2. Bernie Williams, the cleanup man, will be next. Millwood checks the runners, and his 0-2 pitch is hit hard but foul. It got a piece of Randy Marsh, the umpire, down the right field line.
Well, Randy started in the foul territory and the ball kept hooking. It appeared that the ball was going to be on his right. Watch, it's on his right there, so he starts moving to his left, but the ball starts hooking, and it chases him and it finds him. But he seems to be okay. O'Neill had a good pitch to hit, he feels like. Pitch was up a little bit and in, and he pulled it foul. There's Randy Marsh.
O'Neill saying to himself, that's for any calls you missed behind the plate last night. Another 0-2 pitch in the dirt and blocked by Myers.
One of the theories about pitching to the Yankee players is that you have to be able to come inside with hard stuff. That's why some of the pitchers in the league who have given them problems were Jarrett Wright, Bartolo Colon. They had good fastballs and they were able to pitch them inside. I really think you have to go inside occasionally to keep them honest, but if you do not have a good enough fastball, you better try to stay away from these hitters.
Nubbed foul, still 1-2.
And if you're the Braves, this is actually the last thing you wanted to see is your first two hitters get on base here in the first inning. Because your lineup has not been scoring a lot of runs, and you definitely do not want to fall too many runs behind early in this game.
That's why Bobby Cox has Guillen, Lockhart, and Myers in there to try to shake up the lineup. That's why he played his infield in with nobody out and the bases loaded last night. He thought his team couldn't score. Fouled off again. Even though they scored 10 runs in the game which clinched the pennant. If you take Eddie Perez, who was 10 for 20 and isn't in the lineup tonight, if you take him out, they hit 194 as a team against the Mets in the 6 games of the NLCS.
And in the game they scored the 10 runs. They had a lot of help. They scored 5 in the first, a couple of hit batsmen, some errors. So they have not proven that they can sustain a rally.
Another line drive, another base hit. Andrew Jones charging it. Willie Randolph waves Knobloch home. He scores. And the Yankees are quickly on top.
Bob, the first 5 hitters in this Yankee order are special. I mean, they know how to hit. They know how to work the count. This is a curveball, not a bad pitch. It's out over the middle of the plate. O'Neill doesn't try to pull it. He just extends back through the middle and he lines a base hit to center field. Andrew Jones comes up. He makes a good throw here in that he keeps it down. If he'd have tried to throw Knobloch out at the plate, Jeter would have been able to move to third base easily. So they keep the double play in order and keep the runner off third base.
It doesn't get any easier from Millwood. Here's Bernie Williams. A fastball high. If you believe the numbers, Williams is due. Here's a .342 hitter. That's this year. Last year's American League batting titleist. But he's never done much in the World Series. 0 for 2 with 2 walks last night. 2-0 the count. In the 96 and 98 World Series combined, plus Game 1 this year, Williams is 5 for 42 in World Series play.
Bob, I could hear someone from the Atlanta dugout yelling, where was that last pitch? And there you see what he has done in his last 2 World Series.
Or what he hasn't done. Hitter's pitch, and he fouls it off. Jeter, who singled, is at second. O'Neill, who had an RBI hit, is at first. And the 2-1 pitch. Hit back up the middle. Guillen takes it, steps on the bag, throws to first, and that takes some of the pressure off Millwood. Jeter at third, but with 2 down now.
Very important at bat there for Bernie Williams, and a great pitch from Kevin Millwood. He gets in on his hands. 2-0, he went inside with a fastball. He comes back in. Again, he jams him, and he fights it off. He hit it back through the middle, but he didn't have enough on it to get it through because he got jammed. Ozzie Guillen to first baseman Ryan Klesko, and is now 2 down, but now at least they still have a run at third, but now he's there with 2 down, and not a bad situation if you can get out of this right now.
First one to Tino Martinez. Popped foul. Tino was 0 for 3 with a walk last night. He struck out twice. Joe Torre's team has won 9 straight World Series games. They're 8-1 in the postseason this year. Up high, a ball and a strike.
And when you win 9 straight World Series games, Bob, that tells you how good an experienced team they are, because sometimes you have to win scoring a lot of runs. Other times you have to play small ball, as they did last night. And other times you just have to play great defense and have good pitching behind you.
That one's in there, 1-2. They come to their feet at Turner Field. In anticipation of the pitch that could end the inning and get them out of this, all things considered, with minimal damage. Martinez steps out of the box. Liner up the middle, base hit, and it's 2-0 New York. Four singles in the inning. All of them hit hard.
Well, he's been hurt with 2 two-strike breaking balls. Here's a 2-strike curveball to Martinez. He stays with it and just lines it right back through the middle for a base hit. It's not that it's a bad pitch. The ball is down, but Martinez stays right with it, lines it back through the middle for a base hit. Very similar to Paul O'Neill's swing.
Both of them hit 2-strike curveballs. Ricky Leday takes ball 1. Fastball high, 2-0. Entering the game, Millwood led the majors in opponents' batting average.
Even better than Pedro Martinez in Boston by 0.03 of a point.
He's faced 5 hitters in this game. 4 of them have singled. Williams hit into a double play. A strike to Leday, 3-1.
And the other bad number on that chart for the Braves is that David Cone is 5th as far as opponents' batting average is concerned.
Full count now. Klesko is playing behind Martinez, who'll be off with the pitch. And it's popped out of play. Another 3-2 pitch taken for ball 4. Millwood's troubles continue. Now he'll face Brocious, who was 3 for 4 last night.
Third baseman, number 18, Scott Brocious.
Leo Mazzoni to the mound. Longtime Brave pitching coach. He was a left-handed pitcher himself in the Giants and A's organizations. Never got higher than AAA in 10 years in the minors. One of the most respected pitching coaches in the game. Bobby Cox fretting about his offense. And now David Cohn has been staked to at least a 2-0 lead. Let's look back at what Scott Brocious did last night.
Well, he had 3 base hits, 2 high fastballs, 1 to right field from Maddox. And then when he started a game-winning rally, hit this breaking ball. Pretty good pitch by Maddox. He went out and got it and pulled it into left field for a base hit.
Strike 1 to Scott, who hit just .247 for the season. But something about the postseason brings him to life. Look at that. Over 500 in the World Series. Called strike 0-2.
Well, he's been able to get ahead of the hitters. He has not been able to finish them off. 2 strikes on O'Neill, 2 strikes on Martinez, 2 strikes on Leday. And they all reach base.
Let's see if he can close the deal here. Waste that one, 1-2. Terry Mulholland, a multi-purpose pitcher. Long relief, situation guy, occasional starter. Gets up early in the Atlanta pen. Two and two. Hit hard, Guillen dives and can't get to it. The Yankees will have another run. A Brocious single makes it 3-0.
Well, he got ahead of Brocious 0-2, and again, he was not able to finish him off. He tried to throw a couple of breaking balls, get him to chase in the dirt. He didn't. Now he comes with a fastball, gets too much of the plate. Guillen tried to keep it on the infield, but it goes into center field for a base hit. You can see that fastball pretty much caught a lot of the outside part of the plate. And Guillen makes the dive, but it's 3-0 Yankees. 2 clutch 2-out base hits by Tino Martinez and now Scott Brocious.
Brocious, last year's World Series MVP, now 4 for 5 in this series. Joe Girardi slices it foul. Five singles in the inning for New York. They now have 11 hits so far in the series. All of them singles. But it's been effective. Up and in, 1-1. Cohn may get to bat before he throws a pitch. Nubbed foul. A ball and 2 strikes. Kevin Millwood being lit up here in the top of the first. Girardi lays off. It's 2-2.
Again, his problem has been that he hasn't been able to just finish the hitters off.
And Girardi stays alive.
And Millwood was actually scheduled to pitch Game 3 in Yankee Stadium, but according to the newspaper today, he said he was glad that he was able to pitch here at home in front of his fans rather than having to pitch in Yankee Stadium. And he got his wish, of course, because Tom Glavine missed his start in Game 1 and Maddox moved up to Game 1. So he moves up to Game 2.
Maddox pitched well but lost last night. A called strike 3. But the Yankees send 8 men to the plate in the first, and 3 of them score. We'll be back to Atlanta after this.
Light, heat, and time are all enemies of beer. We can protect the beer from light with a brown bottle, and protect beer from heat by ensuring that we keep it in a temperature-controlled environment. We then make sure that the consumer enjoys that beer as soon as possible. We are the only major domestic brewer that uses a born-on dating system to ensure that our customers get the absolute best, most cared for, most perfect beer they can buy.
Elevator to lobby. By George.
Contacts, $320. Treadmill, $800. Wonder Bra, $26. Facelift, $3,000. Being happy with who you are, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Happily accepted most everywhere.
Hey! Do you know what time it is? Please, people are trying to sleep down there.
Please. Let nothing stand in your way. The four-wheel drive Passport from Honda.
Yeah, let me get this straight.
Yes.
Are you actually saying I don't have to pay you a separate commission every time I trade a stock? Exactly. I'd pay an annual fee instead. Right. Is anyone getting
If we
this?
don't pay you a commission every time we trade, what's your motivation?
It's just like always, Ann, your best interest.
Could you just explain it again?
Maybe what it is the fee is based on the value of our portfolios. So when we succeed, they succeed.
Well, you'll have to be patient with us. This is all very new.
Bobby Cox has made changes in his lineup, hoping to find some bats who can get the job done, and he'll need it now. Down 3-0 before they send a man to the plate. Andrew Jones dropped to 8th. It's the first time he's hit that low in the lineup all year.
And to compound their problems, you never want to give David Cone a lead because that allows him to use more of the plate. In the past, David has thrown a lot of pitches early in the ballgame because he's trying to be fine and get through the first few innings. But when you give him a lead, it gives him more margin for error, and I think you'll see him getting more of the plate early in the counts. And Girardi was the guy that caught his perfect game July the 18th of this year.
At age 36, Cone became the second oldest man in baseball history to throw a perfect game.
I can guess who the oldest would be.
And?
He was on the All-Century team today. Nolan Ryan?
He's the oldest, I think, to throw a no-hitter. He was in his 40s. But
yeah, he would never throw a perfect game.
A perfect game, he had too many walks.
Right.
But for a perfect game, the oldest is another member of the All-Century team, Cy Young, at age 37 in 1904 for the Boston Pilgrims. Let's check with Craig Sager.
Well, Leo Mazzoni did not give Kevin Millwood a pep talk. He gave him a lecture. He said, what are you doing out there? You're overthrowing. You're pulling out. You're trying to be superhuman instead of good. Wow.
Well, he certainly wasn't superhuman, and he wasn't even good in that first inning.
But, Bob, that could be a result of him. This is his first World Series game. I mean, you often try to do too much, you know, until you get relaxed out there. So overthrowing is something that probably happens as a result of this being his first start in the World Series.
Gerald Williams bounces it to short. Jeter charges and flips to Martinez.
Let's take a look at the scouting report on David Cone. You'll see him throw a few pitches that look like Orlando Hernandez in that he'll drop down and throw his Laredo slider. But he must avoid a high pitch count. And I think what happens now is that he has a lead. He doesn't have to be as fine as he was before. He'll throw pitches over the heart of the plate just to get ahead of some hitters. We saw the pitch there to Gerald Williams right down the middle.
Ozzie Guillen takes Walt Weiss's place at short, and Brett Boone's spot in the batting order tonight. Hitting second in between Williams and Chipper Jones. Just looking to take a pitch and distract Cone. It's ball one.
And we talked about Millwood maybe being a little excited, a little adrenaline rush there in this first World Series game. David Cone said every time he goes out there now, it's much easier to start a World Series game. He says he's more relaxed each time he goes out there. I don't think you can ever get the feeling that this is just another game, but you can get to a point where you can keep your emotions in check.
He drags a bunt. Cone picks it up. His throw is wide, and Guillen is on his way to second. Guillen may have had a plan all along. He bluffed the bunt and may have convinced the Yankee defense that he was just bluffing the bunt until he could take a strike. Then he dragged one on the 1-1 pitch.
Well, it's not a good bunt, but he forces them to make a play. Usually you try to drag the ball past the pitcher. You see he doesn't, but Cone doesn't have a good grip on the ball, and he knows he has to hurry, so he throws the ball away. Good job of base running by Guillen to get to second base. So he forced them to make a play, and he ends up at second base.
Does cold weather factor in?
I don't think so in that situation, because the ball, he grabbed the ball and then he lost it in his fingers. And he decided to try to push it to first base rather than re-grip it.
Here's Chipper Jones. Taking ball one. It's a two-base error. It is not a hit and an error. It's an error all the way.
Bob, I think the cold weather affects the hitters and will affect the pitcher throwing a lot of pitches. But I don't think it affects you when you have to have time to make a play at first base.
That one's in there. David Cone is one of the best big game pitchers of his generation. 7-3 in playoff and World Series competition combined. Chipper Jones with a slow bouncer. Knobloch. Let's watch the throw. He underhands it to Martinez, and that's the second out.
Let's see what the 3 runs allows is for David Cone to be able to challenge a Chipper Jones in that situation. Here's Knobloch. He's okay when he's going towards first base, although he underhands this instead of over the top. That's a long underhand toss, but hey, he's getting the job done. And until he hurts the Yankees, I'm sure they'll play him continuously.
Here's Jordan with Guillen at third and 2 out. Taking strike one.
One of my first coaches, Spark Anderson, used to say, you can't hide middle infielders. They're going to have to make plays during the course of a series, and we'll just see how it goes for the remainder of the series.
Cone's 0-1 pitch. They check down at first, and Jordan did not go around.
This is one of those Laredo sliders. He drops down and throws it sidearm, and you can see it's well off the plate. And Jordan's barrel of his bat stopped very quickly, so he did not swing.
This one is poked to right, down the line, and foul.
That's right off the end of the bat. Same pitch slider away. Slider toward the outside part of the plate, just off the outside or just on. And you see Jordan just kind of reaches out and gets the end of the bat on the ball. With that kind of rotation on it, it was going to be very difficult for it to stay fair. Went foul by about 15 feet.
Cohn's ahead of him, 1-2. A drive to left, well hit. Back at the track is Leday, and it dies at the wall.
Wind's blowing in, Bobby.
And it kept that one in the park and kept it a 3-0 game.
Baseball isn't measured by time. It's measured by desire. The game moves toward the end, fueled by sweat and blood. And what matters then isn't how long it took to get there, but whether or not you have the stuff you need to finish it off.
Man, that sandwich was good. Is there another one? We're saving it for Dave.
You can't resist Wendy's bacon mushroom melt with all that bacon and cheddar.
Hey, Dave, why don't you stay out a few more laps? Okay. Where's that sandwich? Here. I hope no one ate my lunch.
When you gotta have one, you gotta have one.
Okay, really simple. AT&T, 7 cents a minute, all day, every day. That's it. The rest of this commercial is yours to enjoy as you choose. Make calls.
All day, every day. Call 1-800-41-RATE to enroll.
This is my daddy. He's a Gemini man. He fixes cars. He can fix anything. People like my dad. He says it's because they trust him.
Gemini Automotive Care, only where you see this sign.
A better life. Is it something you have or something you build? At American General Financial Group, 50,000 men and women helped 12 million Americans build a bigger future with retirement services, investments, life insurance, and consumer loans. At American General, the future starts today. American General Financial Group. Live the life you've imagined.
NBC's coverage of the 1999 World Series is brought to you by American General Financial Group. Live the life you've imagined. By De Beers, the world's diamond expert since 1888. And by Nike.
David Cohn gets a chance to use the bat as he leads off in the top of the second. He's a 153 career hitter. He's never had a homer, 9 career doubles. That's strike one. And Millwood gets ahead of him 0-2. In the playoffs, leading up to this World Series start, Kevin Millwood was 2-0 with a save thrown in and a poor performance in a no decision against the Mets in Game 6. But still, he hasn't had a defeat hung on him since August 8th against the Giants. Trailing 3-0 here. Bouncer to first. Klesko takes it himself. Let's go back to the bottom of the first when Brian Jordan brought people to their feet here at Turner Field and listen to Ned Yost, the third base coach. Well hit. Back at the track is Leday, and it dies at the wall.
Wind's blowing in, Bobby.
Go, ball. Go, ball. Get up. Get out of here. Dang it.
Dang it is right. That could have cut it to 3-2 and made it a ball game again.
And the wind is blowing in like from 11 o'clock across to 2 o'clock, and I think that did knock the ball down because when he first hit it, I thought he hit it well enough to get it out.
Ball one to Knobloch, who singled on an 0-2 pitch to start the Yankee first. 4 of the 5 singles they got in the inning came with 2 strikes on the hitter.
And when a major league pitcher gets you 2 strikes, he's usually able to put at least 2 of those 4 away.
Threw it past him, 1-1.
Not a good sign for Millwood, though. He's not a high ball pitcher, and that pitch is up. That's the 0-2 pitch that Knobloch hit was a high fastball for a base hit. When he's at his best, he's keeping the ball down and even getting hitters to chase pitches down and out of the strike zone.
Here's what the scouts say about Millwood.
When he's pitching well, he throws a heavy fastball and a hard slider. His curveball and changeup are pretty good, and it says he's a good finisher, meaning that he pitches well into the late innings.
And that means something different in baseball than it used to. Right. If you said that 15, 20 years ago, that meant he'd be around in the 9th. Now it means he gets you to the 7th or the 8th and gives your bullpen a chance to finish it. He threw only 2 complete games this year. Here's his 3-1 pitch. And he loses Knobloch.
Now when you ask me about the cold weather, Bob, I would say that maybe that's affecting Millwood a little bit on those pitches, that his hand is slipping off the ball, because he very rarely throws a ball that high, you know, 2 or 3 pitches in a row.
Millwood pitching in shirt sleeves on a very chilly night. But a few goosebumps are the least of his problems.
Well, after he threw the last ball to Knobloch, he went back and got the rosin bag. I've always felt the most important thing to keep warm is your bat when you're going to the plate. And you always try to get the bat handle warm before you get up there. Sometimes you put your gloves there, try to get everything as warm as you can, because it's going to get cold by the time your at bat is over.
Knobloch chased back. The Yankees may be anxious to test Greg Meyer's arm behind the plate. Not going. There's a strike.
That was a little different pitch there. He took a lot more off of that pitch than he had been. This acts more like a changeup, but it's got movement. Jeter was way out in front, and he wisely held up.
2-1 to Jeter, who's 3 for 5 so far in the World Series. Had a sharp single in the first. Knobloch away from first with 1 out. And Millwood's 2-1 pitch. Through the high fastball by him, 2-2. Full count. Do you send him now?
I think you do. I think everything's in your favor if you're Joe Torre. He likes to hit and run. You got Jeter up there. Knobloch runs well at first base. I don't think you have a better combination on the Yankees than this combination for a hit and run situation. Knobloch stole a lot of bases over the course of the last couple of years.
He goes. Jeter fans. Meyer's throw is bounced there, and Knobloch steals it.
Well, it works out for the Yankees in one perspective, in that he's still second base. Now he's in scoring position. You see, it was a hit and run. Well, he knows Jeter's going to swing if it's a strike, but the throw was way off to the left. Myers actually gets a good pitch to throw on, and he kind of throws it in the ground on the shortstop side.
So another RBI opportunity for O'Neill, who delivered a hit on a 2-strike curveball from Millwood in the first. Strike 1 to him now. O'Neill hit .285 for the season with 19 homers and 110 RBIs.
It's the first time he's hit under 300 since he's been a Yankee.
He has hit as high as 359 in a season. Inside to him. Mulholland began throwing in the first. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
And O'Neill upset with himself. He knows he went way out of the strike zone. This is not where Millwood wants to throw this pitch, but he gets good results. Way up, you see the target down and away, and it's up and over the middle of the plate, but he gets away with it.
This was the count when O'Neill burned him in the first. This time a bouncer to the left side. Chipper Jones has time, and his throw to Klesko retires O'Neill. To the bottom of the second, still 3-0 Yanks.
When was the last time you felt 284 horses tugging at your soul? When was the last time you immersed yourself in hand-tufted virgin leather? Can you really put a price on this kind of perfection? Actually, you can, because this $70,000 car could cost you over $326,000 in retirement savings. We just thought you should know. Ask a financial advisor about Sun America, the retirement specialist.
Is it my imagination? Are we going like 1 mile an hour? What's going on here? Oi! Geezer! What? Our flight's in 10 minutes!
Well, we better hurry then, didn't we?
Buckle up, boys, buckle up! Come on, mate!
So, let's face the facts. I'm hot, you're hot. Who wants to pet me?
Crash Team Racing. Once he gets behind the wheel, things get ugly.
You and me. Booyah, Grandma. Booyah.
PlayStation. Folks, why settle for some teeny-weeny chicken sandwich made by Burger Boys? Take a big old bite of your Colonel's new Triple Crunch. Not 1, not 2, but 3 crunchy white meat strips. Well, you almost need 3 hands to hold it. Try my new Triple Crunch sandwich. Right now, it's just $1.99. $1.99? I could do that. I'm the Colonel. My new Triple Crunch at KFC. It's just one of 5 new sandwiches.
What would happen if your business no longer had any excuses? You'd learn just how good your business really is. WinStar takes the friction out of your business with seamless communications and technology. WinStar, brave new business.
Craig Sager back in Atlanta, where this time Kevin Millwood got a better reception from Leo Mazzoni, the pitching coach. He went down and greeted him and said, "That was much better, but we still have to find your groove, kid." Apparently, Millwood, as Joe pointed out, keeping the ball up too much, and he's now talking again with Leo Mazzoni. But they were much happier, as you can expect, Bob.
All right, Craig, thanks. Brian Klesko will start it in the bottom of the second. He'll be followed by Keith Lockhart and Greg Myers. Cohn's first pitch is a ball. This is the 5th World Series start of David Cohn's career. He's gotten no decisions in 3 of the first 4. Although his World Series ERA is under 3, so he's generally pitched well. His World Series record is 1-0. The victory came in Game 3 of the '96 World Series in Atlanta against the Braves. A gritty performance in which he bested Tom Glavine. The Yankees were down 0-2, leaving Yankee Stadium and coming south in that series, and Cohn got them back into the series. 2-1 pitch, bounce to Martinez. He shovels it over to Cohn to retire Klesko, who leaves in disgust. Our aerial views are courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, based in Pompano Beach, Florida. At the controls, pilot Jim Maloney, not to be confused with the former Cincinnati right-hander.
him no-hit Maloney.
Yeah, he threw a couple of them, didn't he?
Are you sure it's not him, Bob?
Yeah, I'm guessing, but I figured if it was him, we'd know that. So it's a safe guess. Here's Lockhart. Used off the bench throughout this postseason. This is his first start of the playoffs or World Series. And Cone quickly puts him in an 0-2 hole.
And that's the type of curveball you want to throw. That curveball starts in the strike zone and breaks out. A lot of big league hitters can hit the curveball if it's a strike. But when you start it in the strike zone and it breaks out, that's when you go able to put them away.
Lockhart is one of those guys you pull for. He spent a decade in the minors, finally made the majors at age 30. As you might guess, when a guy's last name is Lockhart, his nickname is Spider. A little pop, and Brocious at third will take it. New York fans understand that. Not necessarily baseball fans, but sports fans. The Spider is for the New York Giants defensive back who was so popular a generation ago, Spider Lockhart.
That was perfect pitching here. He starts him off with a breaking ball for a strike. Now he comes with another breaking ball. He chases it out of the strike zone. And here's the key pitch. He fouls one up. Now watch this fastball up and in. See the target right there. After you've set a guy up with some breaking balls away, he cannot protect the up and in fastball. So he set him up perfectly for that fastball that he finished him off with.
So now with 2 out and the bases empty, Cone works to the catcher Myers. 2-0. Myers started the season in San Diego. They picked him up as catching insurance after Javi Lopez went out for the season with a bad knee. Perez became the starter. Myers the backup.
And Perez can play tonight. He just had a blood blister on his hand. And Bobby felt he'd give him a day off and get another left-handed bat in there.
He walks on 4 pitches. There's Javi Lopez in uniform but inactive since midseason.
And he is a special clutch hitter. I mean, he is a guy that you want at bat with the game on the line if you're the Atlanta Braves.
Here's Andrew Jones, pretty dangerous number 8 hitter. But in the postseason, as you see, he hasn't been terribly productive. Ball 1 high. Mulholland was throwing earlier. Nobody working now in the Atlanta pen. So if Jones reaches, Millwood will bat for himself.
And if you're Bobby Cox, you're probably saying, I'm going to need Kevin Millwood to pitch well in his next outing. We've got to give him a chance to find his rhythm here in this ball game.
Andrew Jones lifts one back of short. Jeter takes it. And after 2, Cone and the Yanks lead the Braves 3-0.
So what will happen to all this now that you're going virtual?
We're not going virtual.
But I read you're getting into internet trading, online cash management.
Well, we are, yeah.
The end of an era.
Not at all. Online trading and the rest of it are simply new tools we're making available.
You don't have to sugarcoat it for me, but I must tell you, I'm going to miss our little chats.
Nelson, I'm not going away. The office isn't going away.
The coffee? The ticker?
Not going away.
What about the little bull?
Not going away.
Good.
If you were a new luxury car, how would you stand apart from the rest? Would you have the most powerful V6 in your class? Or the largest interior? Maybe you'd offer amenities you couldn't find anywhere else. Imagine how special you'd be if you could claim all of them. Presenting the all-new Infiniti i30. It's all the best thinking.
I went on chemo at the time my oldest daughter was getting married.
We had planned everything. The fabric, the design, the whole gown. But when it was time to sew the dress, the chemo, it makes you weak. My whole life I've made clothes for other people. But for my own daughter's wedding, I was too tired to make the dress.
Are you a chemotherapy patient? Ask your doctor about Procrit. Procrit is a natural way to regain red blood cells lost during chemotherapy. And more red blood cells can mean more strength. Procrit is safe and effective. In studies, only diarrhea and edema occurred more often with Procrit than placebo. Procrit is for patients with non-myeloid cancers. Call now and learn how Procrit can help you get back the strength you need. Your strength for living.
In life, you take the bitter with the sweet. But I plan to end up with more sweet.
NBC Monday.
Oh, my God.
A co-ed murdered.
We could be looking at 2 attackers.
Superstar athletes accused. A secret tradition exposed.
Hostesses offer hospitality.
Angie Harmon guest stars.
What did they call it before the terms date rape and sexual harassment?
Boys will be boys. All new Law & Order Special Victims Unit, NBC Monday.
As you can see there, Kevin Millwood has thrown a lot of pitches tonight, but he's thrown a lot of innings this year. Bobby threw 174 innings last year. He's well over 250, counting tonight. He's at 252. And at some point, young pitchers hit the wall. And I'm not so sure Kevin Millwood hasn't hit the wall here around 250. I mean, it's tough to build up your arm strength to that point.
Strike one to Bernie Williams as we start the third. Well, prior to his start in Game 6 of the League Championship Series, where he couldn't hold a big lead against the Mets, Millwood had allowed 2 earned runs or less in his previous 12 starts, dating back to early August. But based on what we've seen so far, this could be his 2nd consecutive poor outing in a row.
Well, he just doesn't have the same velocity and movement on his fastball, and he definitely doesn't have the same control.
Would fit into the category, by the way, of a repetitive redundancy. It's his 2nd consecutive bad outing in a row. Just wanted to hammer home the point.
But I knew what you meant anyway.
Thanks. And his 1-1 pitch to Bernie Williams is in there. Bernie hit into a double play that gave Millwood a chance to get out of the first with only 1 run scoring. But then Martinez delivered an RBI hit. Leday walked, and Scott Brocious singled home another run.
High fastball, another fastball, and a third fastball that he gave up to Brocious. In between, Tino Martinez and Paul O'Neill both hit breaking balls back through the middle for base hits. So he just was not able to finish the hitters off after he had 2 strikes on him in the first inning.
Hit sharply, diving is Lockhart, can't come up with it. A base hit for Bernie Williams to start the Yankee third.
When you get a hitter with 2 strikes, a lot of times you can make him become a defensive hitter. That's not happening to the Yankees here. High fastball again out over the middle of the plate. Not exactly where he wants to throw it, and Bernie just drills it back through the middle. Nice attempt there at second base by Lockhart, but it goes on into center field for a base hit. If you're going to pitch up in the strike zone, you better have some good movement on your fastball up there.
Called strike to Tino Martinez. The Yankees had 6 hits in Game 1. They have 6 hits tonight. All of them singles.
And 5 of those 6 hits have come off of, with 2 strikes. But again, that's a sign of a good hitting ball club and a smart hitting team.
The fact that none of these hits have been for extra bases is no consolation at all to Bobby Cox and the Braves. He is managing his 100th postseason game tonight. Of course, it's a different game. A guy like Casey Stengel, who took the Yankees to the World Series year after year, only had the World Series. Cox has had the LCS dating back to his days in Toronto, and the Division Series added to it since the mid-90s. But Division Series, LCS, World Series combined, 100 postseason games managed. He has managed more one-run postseason games than Joe Torre has managed total postseason games. Williams has to dive back. Not going on the 2-1 pitch, which is laced to left. Coming on, Williams dives, and he can't get it. Williams stops at second. Potentially dangerous play had it gotten by him, but he was able to keep it in front of him.
It's another line drive off of Millwood, and this one goes to left field. Gerald Williams gets a good start on it. Comes in, he makes a dive, and he kind of rolls over it right when it goes into his glove. Watch, goes right into the web right there, and he rolls over it, and he can't hold it. He thought he had made the catch momentarily.
So it goes as New York's 7th hit of the night. Up steps Leday, who had a walk in the first. Strike one to him.
Well, if you're the Braves, you're at a point where if he gives up any more runs, you probably have to pinch hit for him in the bottom half of the inning.
He's due to lead off when the Braves hit. And Leday drives one to left center field. Williams and Jones in pursuit. It splits them and goes to the wall. 1-run home. And that's all that'll score on this play. Bernie Williams comes across. Martinez is stopped at third on the double by Ricky Leday with nobody out, and Martinez, not the fastest runner in the world. Willie Randolph decides to stop him, and Bobby Cox decides to stop Millwood's night.
High breaking ball from Millwood, and Leday goes the other way. And the one thing you should notice that these Yankee hitters are not trying to pull the ball. None of them. I mean, they're just going back through the middle and the other way, which shows their experience, and I mean, they're just good hitters. Good relay back in. Holds the Yankees to 1 run. You see Leday pretty pleased with his accomplishment there.
New York's first extra base hit of the series finishes Millwood.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
I'm calling long distance with one of those 1010 numbers. Makes you crazy.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's not.
It'll make you nuts. But with the new AT&T One Rate 7-cent plan, calls are just 7 cents a minute.
Yeah, but you can only call at certain times, right?
7 cents a minute all day, every day.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week? That's simple.
Yes, it is.
So I don't have to use those 1010 numbers ever again?
No, you don't.
All day, every day. Call 1-800-41-RATE to enroll.
Excuse me, but what are you doing?
As you might expect, Teller and I don't see eye to eye on investing. I like to avoid risk. Teller's a little more daring. We do, however, share the same new way to trade online.
Introducing Power Street by Fidelity, the first site with trading tools customized by Lycos to fit your life, your goals, your unique way of doing things.
Look, the market's up. Or, in your case, down.
Power Street Online Trading. Call or visit fidelity.com to open an account.
This is how hundreds of thousands of smokers have quit. It's the gradual step-down method, and you get it only from Nicoderm CQ. Store brand patches have only one step. You can't step down your dose. Nicoderm CQ has 3. You step down gradually, and gradual is the method doctors prefer. Quitting's important. Choose carefully. Nicoderm CQ. The power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
Hello, I'm Mark John Jeffries, and I'm here to talk with you about People PC. It's simple. 1, a new brand name PC replaced every 3 years. 2, unlimited internet. 3, in-home service. Yep, if all else fails, they come to you. 4, great deals on stuff you like from places you know. All for $24.95 a month. That's it.
As the new year approaches,
We're starting to see some problems.
One thing's on everyone's mind.
Everybody out!
Oh, God.
What if they're right? Y2K, NBC, November 21st.
4-0 Yankees, and what a terrible time from Atlanta's perspective for Millwood to have the shortest outing of his season. In comes the veteran Mulholland to face Brocious. He moves him away with ball 1.
And the infield is playing in at least halfway. They're moving back and forth. And I agree, you cannot let the Yankees score another run easily here in the 3rd inning.
Considering the slumbering Atlanta bats and the quality of Yankee pitching, a base hit here could just about put Atlanta away. It's already 4-0. Brocious had an RBI hit in the 1st. Mulholland got in on him. A ball and 2 strikes. Terry Mulholland, just into the game, is 36 years old, well-traveled, was with the Phillies when they went to the World Series against the Blue Jays in '93, appeared in 2 games and won 1 of them. And he fans Brocious. Folks, you can go online to msnbcsports.com for more World Series coverage from NBC. An in-game webcast features continuously updated analysis from the Reds' Barry Larkin, who also answers your email during the game. Plus, check out an exclusive web video segment where Barry looks ahead to the keys for Game 3 on Tuesday night in New York. msnbcsports.com, the official website of NBC Sports. Here's Girardi, who struck out to end the 3-run Yankee first. Ball 1 high.
It's an interesting situation if you're Mulholland to pitch to Girardi, because you can't ever discount totally a squeeze play here in this situation from the Yankees because David Cone is on deck.
It's interesting because the Braves could gamble here, walk Girardi, count on Mulholland to strike Cone out, and maybe get out of the inning. The pitch out. They wanted to see if something was on, and it wasn't.
And that may be their game plan here. You might see another pitch out.
Girardi is an exceptionally good bunter for a catcher. He's ahead on the count, 2-0. 3-0. Martinez at 3rd. Leday, who doubled, at 2nd.
And Willie Randolph giving him his instructions as if to say nothing's on right here. Now Girardi asks again for the signs.
Willie Randolph, the Yankees' 3rd base coach, might be managing somewhere next year. Milwaukee said to be interested in him, possibly the Angels as well. The 3-0 pitch. First, Mulholland wheels around. Nobody was covering. Girardi takes a strike.
I'm assuming that Bobby Cox just feels like he'd rather pitch to Girardi and try to get him out rather than walk him and then even strike Cone out and have to pitch to Knobloch.
3-1 pitch, chopped foul.
Pitch, a sinker, good sinker there from Mulholland. And Chipper Jones in foul territory. A lot of talking going on between Willie Randolph and Martinez at third.
The 3-2 pitch. A broken bat, slow roller. Guillen's got it. The runners will hold, and Girardi is out. The barrel of the bat flies all the way out to the outfield grass.
This is what you call really getting sawed off. That was a pitch in on his hands. Guillen charged it quickly, and he threw Girardi out at first base. Now, I mean, this ball's way in on his hands. Look at that. I mean, it shatters the handle of the bat.
How does that feel to a hitter on a night like this? Cone trying to help himself, slices one foul. Those bees must be buzzing in Girardi's hands right now.
When your hands are cold and you shatter the bat, I mean, it may take you 2 or 3 innings before you're over that feeling.
One and one. Cone grounded to first, his first time up. Well, he's making contact. 1 and 2. This is what you call a very bad night at a very bad time. The disconsolate Millwood watches from the bench as Mulholland tries to put an end to it. And Cone continues to battle it. You can tell Mulholland's been around a while. Flecks of gray in his beard. Check swing foul, still 1 and 2.
If Mulholland can retire Cone, I mean, the Braves are still in pretty good shape. They'll have 7 innings in which to make up a 4-run deficit.
But David Cone was saying before the World Series, I'm a pretty good hitter now. I'm happy to get the call in a National League city where there's no DH. Another 1-2 pitch. He hits it on a line to Guillen, who drops it. Dropped the ball. And it's a 5-0 game. Martinez scores. Leday to third. It should have ended the inning. And instead, it just gets worse for the Braves.
Well, Cone gets jammed, and this ball slices the shortstop. Looked like it hit off the tip of his glove. I don't see, he's got his glove out front. It hits right off the tip of his glove. He was never sure of it because you could see him put his bare hand in there.
The shot of Bobby Cox says everything you need to know. Ow, says David Cone, as the pitch was in on his fist, but the far greater pain is felt in the Atlanta dugout. Here's Knobloch taking a strike. Ozzie Guillen won a Gold Glove as the White Sox shortstop back in 1990. He's not a bad fielder. Walt Weiss had started most of the games of the postseason prior to tonight. Out of play, 0-2. So Mulholland comes in, strikes out Brocious, gets Girardi on a broken bat roller, and should have been out of the inning. But Guillen somehow mishandles a soft line drive. Now the 0-2.
But when the ball is above your waist, you usually backhand the ball. He appeared to try to get his glove, underneath it with his palm up, and it looked like it hit right off the end of his glove, his fingers.
Called strike 3. Mulholland did well. Ian didn't help him. 5-0 New York.
Just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. Beats all you never saw, been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Making their way the only way they know how. That's just a little bit more than the law will allow.
There is a prison from which it is all but impossible to escape. Because every day that we choose to consume instead of save, we let something slip away. Investing is not just about stocks or bonds or annuities. It's about freedom.
Well, it rained.
A state of emergency has washed away roads leading.
For 3 straight days it rained.
A series of storms coming.
Then the levee broke.
A 4-foot wave washed through town, tore everything up.
A whole lot of people lost everything.
Everything they had. Another problem was we had all this water.
But you couldn't drink a drop of it.
That's when the truck from Miller rolled up.
I see it and I'm thinking beer.
Beer?
Beer? But it was water.
They stopped bottling beer.
They stopped bottling beer and bottled water for us instead.
Miller, part of the Philip Morris family of companies, donated thousands of gallons of drinking water to disaster victims last year. For decades, Philip Morris has assisted communities in distress all around the world.
Actually, I could have used a beer right then. But that's another story.
Working to make a difference. The people of Philip Morris.
He looks just like the guy next door, but he can drive a stock car faster than anyone. Go nose to tail at 200 miles an hour. Dive for the lead with inches separating success from disaster. Jeff Gordon, a real American hero. Coming to NBC, the NASCAR Pennzoil 400.
Well, you can see the temperature is 46 degrees and the wind chill is 34 degrees. And a lot of times that does affect play. But this play here with Oz again, I think he just got his glove caught in the wrong position. You can see he's having trouble with it by the fact that he's pulling his glove back to his body. Normally you just reach out and backhand that ball, but there was something in the flight of the ball that was bothering him all the way, and he didn't feel like he had it under control.
Mulholland bats for himself, a career 105 hitter. For Atlanta, the cold facts of the situation are much more troublesome than the cold temperatures. Trailing 5-0 against a team on a tremendous postseason roll. The Yankees were the favorites in the minds of objective observers coming into the series. They're on the verge of taking a 2-0 lead back to New York. Now, of course, the reverse was true in '96. And the Braves crushed the Yankees in the first 2 games at Yankee Stadium before the Yankees came here and somehow won 3 in a row. So it can be done, but it's just not the situation you want to find yourself in.
Well, tonight's ball game, the Braves have to hope that Mulholland can just hold the Yankees for 2 or 3 innings where they can try to make a dent into this 5-0 lead. They have the ability to come back because they do have some guys on the ball club that can hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Full count.
And remember, you know, Cone is not a pitcher you expect to go 9 innings, and if you can get him in a couple of jams where he has to throw a lot of pitches in the first 4 or 5, you'll have a shot at him before they can get to the bullpen. And all you want to do is close the gap. When you reach the 7th inning, you want to be able to at least have it under control where one swing can get you back in the game.
Well, Mulholland works a walk. Joe Torre has fashioned his own protection against the nippy conditions with a towel underneath his windbreaker. But meanwhile, down at first base, Mulholland says, I don't need the jacket. I'm just fine like this.
Everyone says left-handers are a little different.
Gerald Williams takes a strike. The Braves still don't have a hit in this game. They have 2 walks, and Guillen reached on Cohn's error in the first. In fact, the Braves have 2 hits in the series so far. And here's a soft fly ball into shallow right. Paul O'Neill takes it.
If you're down as the Braves are, they find themselves on a different situation like they were against the Mets. You try to break the game down into thirds so that by the time these middle innings come around, you've put a couple of numbers on the board. When you get to the late innings here, you have to be able to tie the ball game with 1 swing. You can't expect to try to get 5 or 6, especially against the Yankee bullpen after the 7th inning. But you just want to get it where you can have a manageable situation where 1 swing of the bat can get you back in the ball game.
Ian rolls it foul. Trying to do something to make up for his error in the top half of the inning. That number 13 was unlucky for him tonight. He wears it in honor of his fellow Venezuelan shortstop, Dave Concepcion, your old teammate with the Big Red Machine.
And he made 13 work, and Ozzie has made it work most of his career.
Quickly 0-2.
And Bob, I must say it was an honor for me to have 2 of my teammates on the All-Century team, guys that I played with, and helped me to get, work my way into the Hall of Fame. 2 great players, Pete Rose and Johnny Bench.
How did you feel about the reception accorded Rose? That floats outside, 1-2.
Well, I thought it was great because Pete has been away from the game so long, and I think the fans who are true baseball fans miss him.
Chipper Jones will be next. 2-2. There's Chipper, whose 4th inning homer off El Duque last night represents all the offense the Braves have mustered so far in this World Series. Fouled off. Still 2-2. After last night, El Duque is 5-0 as a postseason pitcher. Maddox, the 4-time Cy Young Award winner, with the defeat, goes to 500, 10-10 in the playoffs and World Series. Guillen punches it toward Jeter, steps on the bag for 1 and completes the double play. A nightmare inning for Ozzie Guillen. Error in the top half. DP to end the bottom half.
A forbidden love leads to an epic battle. Randy Quaid and Whoopi Goldberg lead an all-star cast. Leprechauns, NBC Sunday in 2 weeks.
You know, people still ask me about the crash. I'm tired of talking about the crash. I mean, first of all, it wasn't even really a crash. 1929. That was a crash.
Yeah, that was bad.
Maybe it was more like a market correction, typically defined by like 10-20% drop in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which we consider the economic factors that are affecting the current risk premiums.
When we created a smarter kind of investment firm,
Guess it's not that surprising.
we created a smarter kind of investor.
What do you know about expense ratios?
An expense ratio is a percentage.
The Royale on Park, please. Thank you.
Hi, Joe Torre here. Please,
Joe
buckle your
Torre
seatbelt.
is Yankee. Yankees this, the Yankees that. I'm sick of the dang Yankees. Last year was a total fluke. Atlanta Braves team of the decade. Yankees suck. Here we are. I'll see you in October, son. Honey, you look lost.
Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And now, during Chevy Truck Month, check out the powerful Silverado, the rugged S10, the driving security of Blazer, the legendary Suburban, and the agile, durable Chevy Tracker. During Chevy Truck Month, you'll find the biggest selection of the year on the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Chevy trucks.
As you might expect, Teller and I don't see eye to eye on investing. I like to avoid risk. Teller's a little more daring. We do, however, share the same new way to trade online.
Introducing Power Street by Fidelity, the first site with trading tools customized by Lycos to fit your life, your goals, your unique way of doing things.
Look, the market's up. Or, in your case, down.
Power Street Online Trading. Call or visit fidelity.com to open an account.
I volunteered at the finish line last year. Now it's my turn.
With the exception of the battery of Girardi and Cone, everybody in the Yankee lineup has at least one hit, and Martinez has a couple. Mel Stottlemyre, Yankee pitching coach. He and David Cone obviously happy with the way things are going. Roger Clemens, the Game 4 starter, says that's right, just keep doing what you're doing. Whatever it is seems to be working just fine.
Bob, this game is really a lot of fun when you're winning.
And a strike call to Derek Jeter as we begin the top of the fourth. Millwood's performance tonight notwithstanding, you could probably make a case that looking at the 8 pitchers who will start the first 4 games of this series, that there may never have been a World Series with this kind of depth of quality starting pitching. You've got 13 Cy Young Awards, 5 for Clemens, 4 for Maddox, 2 for Glavine, 1 each for Cone and Smoltz. El Duque might have won one had he come to the major leagues sooner. He may win one yet.
That's a very good point, because I mean, these 2 pitching staffs are excellent, have excellent starters.
Hit in the air to left center field. This one's bound for the gap. Gerald Williams cuts it off. Jeter sprints for second, and he's in there ahead of the throw. He had 2 hits last night. He's 2 for 3 tonight.
Bob, earlier this year I was watching A-Rod in Seattle, and I just said to myself, how good can this guy be? And now I'm watching Jeter and thinking the same thing. I mean, he just seems to get better each and every at bat. Forget about getting better each game. I mean, every at bat he seems to have a better idea about what he wants to do, as he just rips this ball up the gap in left center field. And very rarely does he hit balls at people. When he hits it hard, it's a base hit.
O'Neill is singled and grounded out. Called strike 1. To continue the thought on the pitching, the Game 3 pairing, 2 left-handers, Andy Pettitte against Tom Glavine. Glavine came to the park and threw a little bit today, then went home to continue his recuperation from the stomach virus. They do expect him to be ready Tuesday night at Yankee Stadium.
When that first happened, I thought it could have been, you know, a blessing for the Atlanta Braves in that Glavine would start Game 3 in Yankee Stadium, where left-handers fare better than maybe they do here in this ballpark, and especially against the Yankees. And that would also allow him to pitch Game 7 if it goes 7. So I thought, well, that might help the Braves, because, you know, they're interchangeable anyway. Maddox starting yesterday, Glavine starting, and not a big difference between the 2. I mean, they're both excellent pitchers. But unless they win this ballgame, it's going to be very difficult to get to Game 7.
1-2 pitch. A drive to right center field. Andrew Jones glides over, has it lined up. Jeter tags, heads for third, and he's in there.
That's basically, again, Yankee baseball. I mean, you say, well, Paul O'Neill made an out, but it's a productive out. It moves Derek Jeter to third base with less than 2 outs. And if you're the Yankees and you have a 5-0 lead, all you want to do is add 1 here, 1 there, and you know that you'll be able to hold on to the lead. Andrew Jones makes a good throw, but Derek Jeter got a good jump and slides into third base easily.
They're going to put Bernie Williams on and let Mulholland work to the left-hand hitting Tino Martinez. Here's more bad news for the Braves. With the exception of Game 3 of the ALCS, where Roger Clemens was knocked out early, and they lost 13-1 at Fenway Park against Pedro Martinez. With the exception of that one game, no Yankee starter has allowed more than 2 earned runs in any postseason game this year. They're 8-1 in the playoffs and World Series. They've allowed 10 runs total in their 8 victories, 13 in their 1 loss. Runners at the corners, 1 out. Infield looks for the double play, and ball 1 to Tino Martinez.
And Tino's not really a ground ball hitter. He hits a lot of fly balls and line drives. He gets underneath the ball. Mulholland, maybe with a good sinker, can get him to hit one on the ground.
He does to Guillen. Plays it cleanly to Lockhart, who has trouble getting rid of it, and then throws it away. When it stuck in his glove, it allowed Bernie Williams to get to him and jostle him a bit, and everything is unraveling for the Atlanta Braves.
Well, good job by Mulholland to get the ground ball, because, like I say, Tino doesn't hit a lot of ground balls, but he gets the ground ball right near the bag, which is where you want it. The throw a little bit behind him.
In truth, Williams did not get there in time. I thought he had, but Lockhart released the throw before Williams got there and simply threw it away. So Cox goes with a new middle infield, and they each contribute to this 6-0 deficit.
Well, what was happening is Joe Torre was arguing that Lockhart never touched the bag, but he did throw the ball. In his motion to throw the ball to first base, his back foot, his right foot, did drag the bag. He was straddle a bag to start with when he accepted the throw from Guillen. But as he threw the ball to first base, started his motion, his back foot, actually, he dragged it right across the bag.
Martinez didn't advance beyond first, and you can't assume the double play from the standpoint of the official scoring. So Lockhart is not charged with an error, but this should have been an inning-ending double play.
You can see he is not touching the bag there, but watch his right foot. See, he still has the ball right there. His right foot is on the bag, and that's what the umpire saw. But Joe Torre saw him straddling the bag when he made the catch, and he did not think that he had touched the bag when he threw the ball to first base.
Lockhart hasn't played much in the field of late. Bounced foul. It's 0-2. Last night, there's Brett Boone, the shorthanded regular second baseman. Last night, Bobby Cox took Ryan Klesko out for defense. Brought Brian Hunter in to start the 8th. It's the right move. Hunter's a very good glove man. He makes 2 errors in the inning.
And Bob, the last 2 runs the Yankees have scored have been on, brave errors. A drop pop up there from Ozzie Guillen, and now a botched double play. But you're right, they're not going to give him an error, but it's still an error in my mind.
Leday strikes out, but more damage is done. 6-0 New York.
As you might expect, Teller and I don't see eye to eye on investing. I like to avoid risk. Teller's a little more daring. We do, however, share the same new way to trade online.
Introducing Power Street by Fidelity, the first site with trading tools customized by Lycos to fit your life, your goals, your unique way of doing things.
Look, the market's up. Or, in your case, down.
Power Street Online Trading. Call or visit Fidelity.com to open an account.
This is my daddy. He's a Gemini man. He fixes cars. He can fix anything. People like my dad. He says it's because they trust him.
Gemini Automotive Care, only where you see this sign.
What does this guy have to say that threatens these people?
Well, it isn't cigarettes are bad for you.
He's only the key witness in the biggest health reform issue in U.S. history.
He met an insider who was ready to reveal what no one else could tell.
I was told, don't talk.
Al Pacino.
The more truth he tells, the worse it gets.
Russell Crowe.
I told the truth. It's not the point whether you tell the truth or not.
The Insider, a Michael Mann film, rated R. Starts Friday, November 5th.
Between every milestone are moments we share together. Now at McDonald's, we're saluting the Walt Disney World Millennium Celebration. Commemorate this momentous event with 4 special edition sculpted glasses. Where can you start celebrating the millennium?
We know advanced technology doesn't have to be complicated. That every product must be meaningful. And the end result will make you smile. Open up to Samsung Digital and keep in touch. Samsung Digital. Everyone's invited.
NBC's coverage of the 1999 World Series is brought to you by MasterCard. MasterCard, proud sponsor of Major League Baseball and fan of the great American pastime. By Merrill Lynch, there's a new way to work with Merrill Lynch, any way you want. And by Keystone Light, America's never bitter beer.
Another view from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes. Goodyear currently maintains a fleet of 7 blimps, 3 domestic and 4 international operations. Just in case you need to rent or lease a blimp for your party or function, they have 7 of them. To the bottom of the 4th, the Braves trail 6-0. They're still hitless. The largest lead the Yankees have blown in any game this year is 5 runs. Ball 1 to Chipper Jones. Way outside and high, 2-0. Three balls and no strikes. Brian Jordan on deck, and then Ryan Klesko. That one's in there.
With a 6-run lead, David Cohn's main focus is just to try to keep the ball out of the middle of the plate, but throw strikes.
That's the 3rd walk he's given up. Folks, now that the All-Century team has been selected, Major League Baseball and MasterCard want you, the fans, to name the starting lineup. Just log on to MajorLeagueBaseball.com, the official postseason site of Major League Baseball, to vote for your starting lineup. The fan starting lineup will be announced during Game 4 of the World Series here on NBC. Jordan swings on the first one, lifts it into right center field. O'Neill waves Williams off and takes it. So Jordan, who had driven Leday to the wall and left his first time up, flies to O'Neill and right here in the 4th.
That pitch was a little bit out of his zone. Watch, this pitch is up and in a little bit. He gets a little late on it. See, he's late on it. You can see him just trying to get the barrel of the bat through, and he doesn't get to it.
Klesko grounded to first in the 2nd. He hit 21 home runs during the regular year. 1 in the playoffs at Shea Stadium against the Mets during the LCS. He had 3 home runs in the 1995 World Series for the Braves against the Indians. 0-2.
One of the adjustments El Duque made against Klesko last night was that he kept firing the fastball in on him. He jammed him 3 times. Klesko had hit 2 home runs off of him earlier this year when they played at Yankee Stadium off of 2 breaking balls. So he went just the opposite, and everything was hard in on Klesko, and he was very successful last night.
Ball 1, even though Chipper Jones, the runner at first, is very speedy. With a 6-0 lead, Tino Martinez is playing behind him, as you might expect. Called strike 3. Klesko turns away.
That's the breaking ball that you give up on if you're a left-handed hitter. Watch, it starts off the plate outside. This is what you call a backdoor breaking ball. See, it starts off the plate outside and comes back over the outside part of the plate. Watch where his glove is. He starts to reach out to get it, and then it breaks right back over the outside corner. Good job there by David Cone,
who registers his first strikeout of the night.
And that pitch was set up because they'd thrown a couple of fastballs in tight on him. Let's go looking for the ball inside.
One and one to Lockhart, who popped to third in the second inning. The Braves have drawn 3 walks. Cone has made an error. They still have no hits. Well, it took him a while to decide, but they checked down at third, and Jerry Davis says, yeah, he went around.
Well, we'll take a look again. Just watch the barrel of the bat. And that's what the third base umpire sees, is that the barrel of the bat goes a little bit too far. Take a look. Yes.
The 1-2 up and in. Cone working rather quickly. His 2-2 pitch runs the count out full.
And he was trying that backdoor breaking ball again on Lockhart, as he did with Klesko. This ball starts off the plate, and then you give up on it if you're a left-handed hitter. And that one doesn't quite come back far enough.
Hit to second. Knobloch's got it. His flip to Martinez retires Lockhart. 4 in the books. Game 2 of the World Series. Yankees looking for a 2-0 advantage.
Small business software, $400. Letterhead, $610. Office supplies, $90. Remembering who you work for, priceless. MasterCard Business Bonuses let you earn miles good on any airline, no blackouts. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard Business Card.
Until now, there has been a wall between you and the tools of serious trading. That wall is coming down. Daytech Online. The information and technology professionals use to trade is now available to everyone. Daytech Online. The rules are changing.
The good thing about hurricanes is you can usually see them coming, so we can get there ahead of time. Tornadoes, earthquakes, you don't know about until they've happened. The idea is the more of us at the scene, the quicker we can take care of our customers. When I first took this assignment, I thought I'd do it for a year. That was, 10 years ago. You're in good hands with Allstate. Mine.
From the executive producer of ER, 2 of this year's biggest hits, 2 powerful nights of television.
I got him.
Wednesdays, The West Wing.
It's my first bombing. I don't know yet.
And Sundays, Third Watch. 2 great shows.
You weren't the target. Who was? Your daughter.
The West Wing Wednesdays and Third Watch Sundays, only on NBC.
From West Wing, Richard Schiff. From Third Watch, Bobby Cannavale and Eddie Cibrian.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby.
Looks like they're Yankee fans, huh?
Either that or front runners. They go to the concession stand after someone establishes a lead. Brocious, Girardi, and Cone in the New York fifth. 6 runs, 9 hits, and an error for the Yankees. 0-0-1 for Atlanta. Brocious sounded like he broke his bat. A little bloop down the right field line. It's in there for a hit. He wants 2. Jordan pegs it to second, and Brocious is safe.
Well, he hit one right off the end of the bat, and it just shatters the bat. Mulholland must think he's just having bad luck tonight. Right off the end of the bat, shatters it, and the ball bounces and stays fair. By the time Jordan comes up with it, look at that, right off the end. And Brocious is running saying, stay fair, stay fair. And he hustles into second base with a double.
Maintaining his World Series career average at over 500. Girardi's 0 for 2. Looks to bunt. Gets it down. Mulholland grabs it and waits for Girardi and then tags him. Brocious to third with 1 out. This is interesting to sacrifice ahead of the pitcher's spot.
Right. I was thinking exactly the same thing. Girardi, pretty good hitter, but he pushes it to the right side. Nice play there by Mulholland to get it before it bounces. And he tags Girardi out. But again, I think Joe is just trying to make sure he adds 1 each inning, Bob, so that you never give the Braves a thought that they can come back in this game.
The infield moves in. Cone must have Torrey convinced that he truly can hit.
And if you try to squeeze here and the Braves are alert to it, it's very easy to pitch out to the runner side.
He bloops it, and Guillen makes sure this time. And some mock cheers from the Atlanta crowd.
Tough crowd. Well, David Cone said it worked the last time. I'll try it again. Ozzie Guillen, usually very sure-handed, but see, backhands this one and makes the catch. This is the time before. See how he tries to catch it with his glove facing up. There's the double play they tried to complete, and Jeter came in to score. They have given the Yankees some help in this ball game.
That they have. Here's Knobloch, who singled, walked, stolen a base, and struck out. Brocious at third with 2 out. 1-1 to the Yankee second baseman. As most of you know, the 5 on the sleeves of the Yankee uniforms is in memory of Joe DiMaggio, who passed away this spring. Two and 1. The black stripe beneath the number 5 is in memory of Catfish Hunter. The Yankees lost Joe D. and Catfish Hunter this year. Yogi Berra returned to Yankee Stadium during the same season. Another base hit for Knobloch. Another run for New York. 7-0.
For all of his defensive problems the last month and a half, Chuck Knobloch has really been swinging the bat well. He's raised his average up to close to 300 at the end of the regular season, and he continues here in the playoffs and the World Series. He rips a base hit to left field, a good 2-out hit, and the Yankees have been doing that in this ballgame, producing 2-out base hits to drive in runs.
Mulholland to Jeter. Derek is singled, struck out, and doubled. It may be grasping at straws, but remember, not only did the Braves win the first 2 games at Yankee Stadium in 1996, I think the scores were 12-1 and 4-0.
Exactly.
So they appear just as dominant as the Yankees do now. Rolled to Lockhart. He flips it to Guillen. And they're out of the 5th, but not before the Yankees tack on another run. They've scored in 4 of the 5 frames in which they've hit.
Eeny, miny, moe. This Christmas, everything, yes, everything, is getting blown up. From Trimount Studios comes the $200 million event of the year. Blown up. Oh, my. This movie's gonna blow. A Michael Harper film, a Trimount Studios production.
It's time for E-Trade, the #1 place to invest online.
To build the new LeSabre, we didn't just look to research numbers or test scores. We also took a good look at your family. Introducing the all-new 2000 LeSabre, re-engineered with more safety features than any other car in its class. The new 2000 LeSabre by Buick.
Oh, don't even ask. Just get me loose.
Whoa, a constrictor knot with a midshipman's hitch.
What?
That's quality work.
Ah, train! Hurry!
That's the problem these days. Everybody's rushing.
Wow, that's a constrictor knot with a midshipman's hitch.
There's just no stopping a frost-brewed Coors Light.
An all-new Dateline Monday. A troubled man who fought to get mental help commits an unthinkable crime against this woman. How could the system let this happen? An all-new Dateline investigation Monday.
Are you ready for NBA 2000?
This is the last out in the bottom of the 4th inning. Keith Lockhart grounds it to Chuck Knobloch. Now watch it. Normally you pick up the target as quick as you can. He looks away, takes a few steps. Now he finds the target and throws to first base. And look, see, he's not even looking at his target. Now he finds it and throws to first base. That is some kind of way of helping him to focus. And you see here, this is him in infield practice before the ball game. He throws the ball hard. A little erratic at times, but at least he's releasing the ball. And during the game, we see him kind of lobbing across the first base.
But those practice throws look pretty ugly, didn't they?
He's got, he's got a lot of work to do, and maybe just the off days in the winter, maybe everything will straighten itself out, because obviously it's mental, because Joe Torre says he doesn't have a sore arm. His arm is fine, so it has to be mental, and it's just something he'll have to work out.
A ball and a strike to Greg Myers, leading off in the bottom of the 5th. Remember, Chuck Knobloch won a Gold Glove as recently as 1997. Myers, Andrew Jones, and then likely a pinch hitter here in the 5th. A liner, and there's their first base hit.
David Cone had a no-hitter going until this inning, and Myers hits it right back through the middle for a base hit, and it gives the Braves a start here in the 5th inning.
It also makes them overall 3 for 41 in the series as a team. Andrew Jones steps in. Taking a ball, George Fabregas, their third catcher, is in the on-deck circle as a pinch hitter. So he'll bat for Mulholland. Two and 0 to Jones. Russ Springer apparently will be the next Atlanta pitcher.
Bob, you mentioned the Braves are 3 for 41. You can't keep that kind of pressure on your starting pitching staff. You can't expect them to go out and pitch a 1-0 game every time out. So you put a lot of pressure on your starters. If the Braves are going to win this World Series, they're going to have to score some runs, because I don't think anyone's going to shut the Yankees down completely.
Called strike, 3-1. Full count. Cohn's control has not been razor sharp. He's walked 3. To Brocious. Knobloch for 1. Is his relay true? It is for the double play.
And that's when he's at his best. He just gets the ball and releases it at second base. This is a tough turn. He makes a good play here at second base. Watch, he throws the ball right where he gets it from. Now Brocious starts it. He throws it. Watch, the throw's a little low. He reaches down, catches it down there, and fires from down there. I mean, that's a nice play there. Nice turn at second base by Knobloch. You'd rather have the ball about shoulder high, but he gets it low. But you see what he does. He turns it from down below, fires to first base for a double play. His problems are when he has time to think about the throw. There he just has to react. And he usually does a good job when he has to make the double play on that type of situation.
Fabregas takes a ball. So there was a bit of hope here in this inning for Atlanta. Myers leads off with a single. The count goes to 3-0 on Andrew Jones, but just as quickly those hopes are dashed on the 5-4-3 double play. Fabregas spent most of the year with the Marlins. He had only 8 regular season at-bats as a Brave. He hit .199 for the season with 3 home runs. 2-1. Count levels at 2-2. It doesn't figure to get any easier for Atlanta. Barring a huge comeback here, they go to New York down 0-2 and then have to face Andy Pettitte, who's thrown very well of late. Of course, they'll have Tom Glavine set to go. And he's no slouch himself. Fabregas strikes out. Second strikeout of the night for Cohn. Through 5. 7-0 New York.
Do rich people deserve more space than the rest of us? Was technology meant to improve their lives alone? Do the stars shine for their eyes only? Introducing the special edition Century 2000. With so many unexpected amenities for an unexpected price, it's the first limited edition that isn't limited to the rich. The new Century 2000 by Buick. A luxury car for everyone.
Yeah, let me get this straight.
Yes.
Are you actually saying I don't have to pay you a separate commission every time I trade a stock?
Exactly.
I'd pay an annual fee instead. Right. Is anyone getting this?
We don't pay you a commission every time we trade. What's your motivation?
It's just like always, Ann, your best interest.
Could you just explain it again?
Maybe what it is the fee is based on the value of our portfolios. So when we succeed, they succeed.
You'll have to be patient with us. This is all very new.
Your attention, please. It is exactly 50 seconds to midnight. We're almost there. Get ready.
Show her you'll love her for the next 1,000 years. A diamond is forever. De Beers.
This November, the biggest movie events are coming to NBC with the untold story seen through her eyes. Mary, Mother of Jesus. What if they're right? Y2K the movie. The network television premiere, Men in Black. And Sunday in 2 weeks, the magical legend of the Leprechauns. This November, the biggest movie events are on NBC.
We're going to show you why the Yankees are such a good team. Here's a ground ball is short, and Knobloch makes the play when he has to. He comes across the bag, gets rid of the ball. That's not an easy turn right there, but he gets it done. Now, when he goes into the dugout, his teammates are all there to congratulate him. Nice job, good job. I mean, they're all in it together. I mean, this is a close-knit team, and they're always trying to pump each other up. Look at that. I mean, every guy comes over and basically says, nice job, Chuck. And that has to help you. I mean, when you're struggling, whether it's as a hitter or as a defensive player, when you're having problems, they're always going to be there for you.
Russ Springer, who began his career in the early 90s with the Yankees, is the new Atlanta pitcher. The Braves are his 6th major league team. He was 2-1 this year with an ERA of about 3.5. And as you see, he's thrown well in the postseason. Here's his 0-1 pitch to Paul O'Neill. Popped out of play. Let's go to Jim Gray. Jim.
Well, Bob, Joe Torre must not think 7 runs is enough. He's telling all of his guys, Joe Girardi, who just left, and Tino Martinez, guys, we need some more runs. Let's grind it. Let's keep after it. Bob?
Interestingly, this is the first time that Joe's team has begun any postseason series, division, LCS, or World Series, on the road.
But the one thing you do, I think Joe feels that 7 runs are enough runs, but what he wants to do is keep his team playing the game. You do not want to sit on this and then try to start it up again on Tuesday in New York. Just keep playing the game the way it's supposed to be played. I think that's what he's trying to do.
2-2. Although this is not a close game at 7-0, and so late inning defensive replacements are less of a question. Remember that Luis Sojo is still not with the club. The Yankees are playing with 24 men. Sojo is in Venezuela. His father passed away a few days ago. A fly ball to left. Gerald Williams lopes over. And that's the first out in the 6th. Torre had said that he would use Sojo as a late inning defensive replacement, but with Sojo gone, he wouldn't use the youngster Clay Bellinger or scramble his infield in any other way. It's Knobloch all the way until Sojo returns.
And the way he is playing, at least he's, staying in the ball game. I'm not so sure that Joe will do it at all now. I mean, you've got a player here who's going to be with you for the next 3 or 4 years. You want to build his confidence back up.
Bernie Williams finds the hole by the diving Lockhart. It's his 2nd hit of the night.
Tino Martinez has had a 2-out base hit to center field, driving a run his first at bat. Then he hit a line drive that Gerald Williams almost comes up with, and he hit the ground ball. It should have been a double play. They didn't turn it, and so he gets an RBI on that ground ball as well.
So he's 2 for 3 with a pair of runs driven home, and he takes ball 1. Looking back at that play where they botched the potential double play, not only has Lockhart not played much in the field of late, but I would guess that Guillen and Lockhart haven't been on the field at the same time very much at all. Does that matter?
Yes, it makes a big difference. I mean, there's a certain continuity that you have to have between the second baseman and the shortstop. And actually, Guillen's throw was a little bit behind Lockhart. Normally, if you're working with a second baseman, he'll be able to make up that for that problem that you just started. But Lockhart hasn't played a lot, and he wasn't able to overcome the bad throw.
That one's in there. 1-2 to Tino Martinez.
There's Brett Boone, who's, in my opinion, maybe the best at making the double play in the National League. He gets rid of the ball very quickly.
Back to Springer. Looks at second, throws it low. Guillen digs it out, but they don't get the double play that seemed a certainty when the ball was first hit.
I'm not sure the Braves can play any worse than they're playing tonight. And maybe that's a good sign. They're going to get it all out at once. This is a perfect double play ball. One hop back to Springer, and he throws it in the ground. Guillen tries to make up for his poor throw, but he's off balance, and he throws it away at first base.
So that prolongs the inning and brings up Ricky Leday.
And this is definitely not a typical Atlanta type ball game, but you want to, like a lot of teammates will tell you, let's get it all out of here at once. Let's make sure that we have all our bad throws, all our bad fielding plays in this one game, and we'll start over on Tuesday and go from there.
Well, if they need to bottom out before that can happen, they're coming close tonight. Leo Mazzoni seeming to nod in agreement. 2-1. There's no animosity between these teams. There's none of the undercurrent of resentment that might have been part of earlier series around baseball. Bobby Cox and Joe Torre each have connections to the other organization. That's out of play. Torre, of course, was an excellent player for the Milwaukee and Atlanta Braves, later managed the Atlanta Braves. Bobby Cox came up as a player in the late 1960s with the Yankees. His rookie year was Mickey Mantle's final year as an active player. Later, he managed in the minors in the Yankee chain and coached for them in 1977 with the big club. Torre and Cox have high regard for each other. The 2-2 pitch struck him out. After 5.5, 7-0 New York.
This Millennium Moment is brought to you by American General Financial Group. The fabled Brave star flicked his famous wrists and propelled a downing fastball over the left field fence and into the Braves bullpen. He admitted the impact of the historic blow did not hit him at first, saying that probably would come later. That's the way it was covered when Henry Aaron became the all-time home run king on April 8, 1974. American General Financial Group. Live the life you've imagined.
What is the value of victory? What makes success so sweet? At American General, we help over 12 million people every day live the lives they've imagined. With retirement services, life insurance, consumer loans, and whether they have big dreams or little dreams, the real victory is seeing their dreams come true. American General Financial Group. Live the life you've imagined.
This is my daddy. He's a Gemini man. He fixes cars. He can fix anything. People like my dad. He says it's because they trust him.
Gemini Automotive Care, only where you see this sign.
Oh. Check this out. I got involved, but this will last you 2 years. Guaranteed. Cool.
Philips, light bulbs that last.
Man, that sandwich was good. Is there another one? We're saving it for Dave.
You can't resist Wendy's bacon mushroom melt with all that bacon and cheddar.
Hey, Dave, why don't you stay out a few more laps? Okay. Where's that sandwich?
Here, I hope no one ate my lunch.
When you gotta have one, you gotta have one.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Monte Carlo. Green. The side you show the world is up to you.
City of Atlanta, at least that portion of which counts itself as baseball fans, not a very happy place tonight. Their team is staring at an 0-2 deficit in the World Series. They lost game 1, 4-1. They trail 7-0 as they come up in the 6th in game 2. David Cone has thrown 73 pitches to this point. His perfect game in July against Montreal was the only complete game he pitched this year. He's working on very long rest, 9 days since his last start. 0-2 to Gerald Williams. Living members of baseball's all-century team are in the ballpark tonight. Some of them may be shaking their heads over some of what they've seen in this game. Not from the Yankees, but from the Braves. Normally a fundamentally sound club that does the little things to help you win games, just as the Yankees do. But tonight has not been a typical Atlanta display. And down goes Gerald Williams, chasing one out of the strike zone. Tomorrow's an off day, game 3, Tuesday night from the Bronx, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Andy Pettitte will pitch for New York, and Tom Glavine is slated to go for Atlanta. Ozzie Guillen's 0 for 2, reached on an error and grounded into a double play.
And Bob, if you're a Braves fan, you realize that Tom Glavine is capable of beating the Yankees in Yankee Stadium, and so is John Smoltz. So you know that you're not out of this series yet. You still have the weapons to go into Yankee Stadium and win 2 ball games or whatever it takes there to get back into this series.
I meant to say Guillen laces one off Cone to Knobloch, who makes the catch.
Well, it hasn't worked out so far in this ballgame by putting Guillen in, but I like the fact that they were trying to shake up their lineup to get more punch in the lineup. And you see Knobloch races across and makes the catch. Here's Knobloch. He got a good jump on the ball. Made it look easy.
Chipper Jones bats with the bases empty and 2 out. Oh for 1 with a walk tonight. 2-0 the count. With Brian Jordan due next. Taking all the way, and that's a strike. Pitch, a sky-high pop. Brocious behind third to take it. The Yankee starter last night, Orlando Hernandez, allowed 1 hit through 7 innings of work. Cone has doled out 1 hit through 6.
Get excited for a special Monday Friends.
It's like it's coming right at
me. Friends, plus and only Veronica, NBC Monday.
So, I just opened up an online trading account.
You have arrived, my friend.
I'm buying a lot, but I don't really know what I'm doing.
A little free advice. You kick the bears, But you ride the bulls. You kick the bears, you ride the bulls.
Which are the bulls?
Oh, you'll know.
Want financial advice you can actually understand? Go to Fool.com.
A special shipment of 99 Sable Touring Editions has arrived just in time to be clearance priced. No charge moonroof, leather, and ABS. A $2,235 value. Plus these year-end deals, both $1,500 cash back and 0.9% limited term financing on a year-end priced Mercury Sable. You only save like this once a year.
Alone on a desolate road, a runner searches for her soul, her spirit, and her sneakers. Seems our distribution plans didn't anticipate a foreign crisis. Who could have helped?
Aeon, ensure your vision.
I will never let good interfere with great.
I will do more than what's expected. I will not always have the solution, but I will always find it.
Я работаю в банке JP Morgan.
I work for JP Morgan.
I work for JP Morgan.
I love to run.
Well, through 6 innings, the Yankees have 7 runs on 12 hits. Joe, the best pitch thrown by a Brave tonight might have been the one thrown by Hank Aaron, who threw out the ceremonial first pitch.
Well, everything has gone downhill for the Braves since then. But again, they may be able to get this out of their system tonight. Play the worst game that you can possibly play, and then you can only go up. But I still think that the Braves have enough confidence in their ability that they're still going to make this a good series.
Bottom of the order in the top of the 7th. Brocious, Girardi, and then Cone is due. Brocious has singled and doubled in 3 at-bats. Millwood was the starter. He wasn't around long. It was his shortest outing of the season, 2 innings plus. By the time Millwood left, it was 4-0. Before that inning was concluded, it was 5-0. He's looking at his first defeat since August 8th. A drive to center. Andrew Jones going back, and he'll run it down. From the producers of Merlin and The Odyssey,
NBC November 7th. A forbidden love leads to an epic battle to save the Earth. Leprechauns coming to NBC November 7th.
So that would be Leprechauns on November 7th. Set your VCR, Joe.
I'll probably be at home. Watching.
Baseball season's over. You deserve a rest. Girardi. He's 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt tonight. The Braves are looking for Russ Springer to suck up some innings here. Trailing 7-0. Pitcher spot not due to hit for Atlanta unless they put a lot of men on base in their half of the inning. Brian Jordan coming in toward the line into foul ground along with Lockhart. And neither one can come up with it.
Tough play there right in the no man's land. They both gave it a great effort. Jordan came a long way from right field to try to get it, and Lockhart tried to get the angle on it. You watch, they both get there about the same time, and the ball bounces between them.
So that was one time the spider didn't catch the fly.
As in Spider Lockhart, right?
For those of you just joining us, that's correct. 2-2. Another chance for Andrew Jones, who always makes it look so easy. That's the second out. He has drawn favorable comparisons to the likes of Willie Mays and Joe DiMaggio when it comes to glove work in center field. What do you think?
Well, I think Ken Griffey Jr. is still maybe, you know, as good an outfielder as you're going to find in the big leagues right now. And I think Willie Mays is the greatest center fielder I've ever seen. Andrew Jones is very, very good.
Young Jones won his first Gold Glove last year.
And maybe 3 or 4 years from now, I will say that he's as good as Junior. But at this point, I still think Junior's the best center fielder in the game. Barry Bonds thinks Andrew Jones is.
Cone lines one to center, and Jones almost misplayed it. But he records all 3 putouts in the inning. In addition to his pitching, Cone has looked respectable at the plate.
They are the sheep, and we are the shepherds. We tell them that college is the doorway. We tell them to prepare for the future. But the question remains, will we?
Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And now, during Chevy Truck Month, you can lease the truck, the 2000 Chevy Silverado. With a more powerful V8 than any 4x4 pickup from Ford or Dodge. During Chevy Truck Month, you'll find the biggest selection of the year on the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Chevy trucks.
As the countdown begins to the 21st century, there is still one number you can always count on.
Bond.
Bond.
James Bond. This holiday season, one man will rock your world. The World Is Not Enough, rated PG-13, starts November 19th.
You ever shop at a buy in bulk store? Great concept, but come on, folks. Nobody needs 5 gallons of mayonnaise. Having this much mayo is more overkill than using a cruise missile to light a cigarette. You want to get a lot of something you can actually use for a low price? That's about a 20-minute call for only 99 cents, huh?
That's right. With 10-10-220, it's only 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes, and just 9 cents a minute after that. All day, every day, and no monthly fees. It's simple. Just dial 10-10-220.
How long has this been out?
NBC's coverage of the 1999 World Series is brought to you by John Hancock, official sponsor of Major League Baseball, by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road, and by Daytech Online. The rules of online trading are changing.
Stretch time in Atlanta, but it's quite a stretch to see the Braves getting back in this game. Not the way Cone is pitching, and not the way their bats have been slumbering for several games now. The 10-9 Game 6 in the LCS notwithstanding, this is a team hitting well beneath 200 in the League Championship Series and the World Series combined. They have 3 hits in this World Series through 15 innings. Brian Jordan has flied out twice tonight.
Bob, when we talked at the beginning of this series, we said the Braves bats were going to have to put some runs on the board, because as good as the Atlanta staff is, you're not going to shut the Yankees down completely because they have so many ways of scoring runs. They can hit the ball out of the ballpark. They can play small ball. They can steal bases. They can hit and run. They just do a lot of things to manufacture runs. So you're going to have to score some runs to beat them. And so far, the Braves just have not been able to mount any consistency to their offense.
Don Baylor, the Atlanta hitting coach. Texas had one of the most potent offenses in baseball. They couldn't figure the Yankees out in 3 games. The Red Sox, by and large, didn't score much except for the one game against Clemens when they shelled him at Fenway. And that was probably the game where they needed at least with Pedro Martinez pitching. So the Braves have company. Clemens will pitch game 4 at Yankee Stadium against John Smoltz. The 2-2 pitch. Full count to Jordan. Speaking of Clemens, he had an excellent outing in the division series at Texas, and then of course the poor showing at Fenway Park.
And Bob, I think the country's starting to realize that maybe this New York Yankees starting staff is a lot better than people give it credit for being.
Jordan walks to start the 7th. That's the 4th walk issued by David Cone. And again, our overhead shots are courtesy of Goodyear. The blimp is the Stars and Stripes. It was 1926 when Goodyear began its first commercial blimp operation with a blimp named the Pilgrim.
When you watch the New York Yankees pitching staff, it doesn't look like collectively that they do anything special, except they seem to be able to stay off the big part of the bat. You know, whether that was against Texas, mostly against Boston, and especially here against the Braves. It seems that they're either jamming them or they're out in front, but they're not getting the ball on the big part of the bat. And that's what pitching is all about, keeping hitters off balance.
Cone's 1-1 to Klesko, and he's ahead of him 1-2.
But even that pitch there, Bob, you can see it started on the inside part of the plate, and by the time it got to him, it's off the plate. Now, how do you get to this pitch? See what I mean? That ball's off the plate.
High fly ball, back of second base. Knobloch has it.
Let's take a look at David Cone as he's worked his way here into the 7th inning. Look at where that ball is, out away from him. He hits it off the end of the bat. Off the end of the bat again. Look at how he's reaching. And that beautiful backdoor breaking ball. Look at that, off the plate again. I mean, he is staying out of the middle of the plate. They're either reaching across the plate to try to catch up with the ball, or he's in under the hand. So he's staying out of the middle of the plate, and they're not getting good swings.
Keith Lockhart's 0 for 2. And has had a couple of misadventures in the field. Ball 1 to him. Lockhart's a good, solid bench player. Excellent pinch hitter. Can play second base for you as well. He, like the rest of the Braves, hasn't had much success tonight. 3-0. Kevin McGlinchey, last seen at the end of the 15-inning marathon, Game 5 of the LCS at Shea Stadium, begins to get ready in the Atlanta bullpen. And Lockhart walks. Still nobody throwing in the Yankee bullpen. Stottlemyre removes the towel to go to the mound.
Well, I think what you'll see is David Cone will let him know whether he thinks he's tiring. When you're a veteran pitcher, you have a good rapport with your pitching coach, and you'll let him know that you're starting to tire a little bit, or I feel good, I'm just missing my spots. And you'll let him know whether he needs to get somebody up in the bullpen. And I guess they do. Ramiro Mendoza goes down to get loose in the bullpen.
Next hitter is Greg Myers, who has the only hit yielded by Cone in the 6th inning. He hit it hard back through the middle. Actually, the hit came in the 5th. Said 6th inning on the screen, but it came to lead off the 5th.
And what's interesting, Bob, is that we've seen the Yankee hitters go back through the middle and take advantage of the Braves pitchers. Myers is the only one that's actually hit the ball back through the middle, you know, trying to go that way.
As well as Cone is pitching tonight, it's worth mentioning there's at least a chance that this is his last game as a Yankee. It's possible the rotation won't come around to him again in this series, and his contract is up at the end of the year. He makes in the vicinity of $8 million a season, and the Yankees have to decide if they want to reinvest that kind of money in him. What with the money it will take to sign a Derek Jeter, a Mariano Rivera, the other players on their roster. Even the Yankees don't have an unlimited budget.
You sure?
He's got a very high payroll. I don't think it's unlimited.
Huh?
Did you hear the story about Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York? She met George Steinbrenner at some function in New York this year, and she said to him, "I don't know who you are, but you're obviously a very successful man. Good luck in whatever it is you do." Myers lifts it to center. Bernie Williams goes back to take it. Brian Jordan tags, advances to third. Lockhart remains at first with 2 outs.
Well, Bob, I think there are a lot of decisions to be made. I think David Cone has to make a decision on how important it is for him to remain a Yankee. And maybe he's willing to take a pay cut to remain in New York. And, you know, as long as they're going to accommodate him as far as the rotation is concerned. So I think that's a situation where I think both parties have to look at it and try to work it out. Because I think David Cone wants to remain in New York.
Yeah, everything's relative. You're making $8 million a year. You take a pay cut. They still don't have to throw any benefits for you. Ball 1 to Andrew Jones.
And then the team can say, well, we do not have an unlimited budget. We do make some cuts here and there. But as you said, Derek Jeter is in line for a large pay raise.
That's a strike, 1-1.
Mariano Rivera is in the same situation. They were both arbitration cases together.
Brett Boone is on deck to pinch hit if Andrew Jones reaches. 2 balls and a strike. Cone has walked 5. He himself has made an error, but the Braves still have only 1 hit. 3-1 the count.
And Andrew Jones has a chance here to get the Braves right back in the ball game.
One pitch away from loading the bases here in the 7th. But that's in there, full count.
That's a good pitch there by David Cone. 3-1. Andrew Jones probably looking for a fastball middle of the plate in, and Cone hits the outside edge. Again, he's trying to stay away from the big part of the bat.
And a called strike 3. Cone pitches 1-hit ball through 7, as El Duque did last night.
Hey, change might do you good. Buy a new 2000 Oldsmobile Bravada and get a 6-disc CD changer at no extra charge. Plus, $1,500 cash back. So you can rock, roll, and ride to hours of uninterrupted music. Get down to your Oldsmobile dealer today and start something loud.
So what will happen to all this now that you're going virtual?
We're not going virtual.
I read you're getting into internet trading, online cash management.
Well, we are, yes.
The end of an era.
Not at all. Online trading and the rest of it are simply new tools we're
You
making
don't have
available.
to sugarcoat it for me, but I must tell you, I'm going to miss our little chats.
Nelson, I'm not going away. The office isn't going away.
The coffee? The ticker?
Not going away.
What about the little bull?
Not going away.
Good.
2 tickets, $28. 2 hot dogs, 2 popcorns, and 2 sodas, $18. 1 autographed baseball, $45. Real conversation with 11-year-old son, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Accepted all over, even Major League ballparks.
Faster, more reliable, higher quality, more profitable. Nortel Networks is building the new high-performance internet, and it can be whatever you want it to be. So tell us, what do you want the internet to be?
Come together right now over me.
The following is a reminder for anyone who's forgotten what pure joy looks like. The Olympics from Australia, only on NBC.
Well, the Braves didn't score in the bottom of the 7th, but at least third base coach Ned Yost got some company. Listen.
Come on, baby. Yeah, coming. You're the first dude to come and see me in 2 days. It's all right.
It's a fact. They've scored only 1 run, and that was Chipper Jones, who trotted past him after his homer against Orlando Hernandez. Hernandez pitched 7 innings of 1-hit ball last night, and actually at that point was trailing 1-0. Cone, who's been plenty good but not nearly as overpowering as Hernandez was last night, has a 1-hitter going with 5 walks thrown in. He was staked to a 3-0 lead before he ever took the mound, and he leads 7-0 now. Chuck Knobloch pops one to the right side. Ryan Klesko goes into foul ground to make the catch. A couple of changes for the Braves. They've got a new center fielder in a double switch. Otis Nixon is in. Andrew Jones made the last out in the bottom of the 7th. So Jones is out of the game, and Nixon will hit 9th and lead off in the last of the 8th. The new pitcher is Kevin McGlinchey, and he's in the 8th spot on the order.
I think it's a great opportunity for Bobby Cox to get McGlinchey into a World Series game as quickly as possible, and then he'll know that he can count on him later in the series.
Even though McGlinchey took the loss in Game 5 on Robin Ventura's Grand Slam single, his pitching coach Leo Mazzoni says of him, he is absolutely not scared. He wants the ball. He wanted it that night, and he wants it the next time. Roll to the right side. Klesko comes up with it and beats Jeter to the bag. Now, scheduled after the game on most of these NBC stations, it's your late local news. And for those of you who'd like to continue with the World Series, we'll have a post-game report on CNBC immediately following the game. Hannah Storm, Barry Larkin, Craig Sager, Jim Gray, Joe Morgan, and I will all be part of that program. Highlights and a look back at Game 2, a look ahead to Game 3. That's on CNBC immediately following the game. A strike to Paul O'Neill. John Smoltz, the Game 4 starter, he's just getting some work in. They have used him in relief in this postseason, but not tonight, not in this situation.
Well, Bobby has to be careful simply because Glavine is supposed to pitch Game 3, but what if he can't go in Game 3? You want to have a rested John Smoltz to take his place if Glavine is not available for Game 3.
O'Neill's 1 for 4. Tips it back into Meyer's glove for strike 2. Here's Glavine. Earlier today, late this afternoon, throwing. Then, after getting this bit of work in, he went back home and he's watching the game on television. He began feeling ill on Friday with that stomach virus, was unable to answer the bell for Game 1. Maddox took his start. He is expected to start on Tuesday. He was feeling better already today, and there's every reason to expect that with a day off tomorrow, he'll be okay for Game 3. McGlinchey didn't feel ill at the start of the game. He might have by the time he left, not to say Millwood, as he looks on from the dugout. Full count to O'Neill. With 2 out and nobody on in the top of the 8th, and the Yankees leading it 7-0. And he walks it. When a masterful performance by Greg Maddox went to waste last night, the Braves hoped that Kevin Millwood, who over the course of the year at 18-7 had been their best pitcher, this despite the presence of past Cy Young Award winners like Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz on their staff. They hoped that this kid could get them even tonight, and he just didn't have it. Bernie Williams is 2 for 3 with an intentional walk. Called strike 1. What does it say to you that Millwood, after being knocked out in the 3rd, has stayed in the dugout with his teammates? He hasn't gone back to the clubhouse and showered and dressed.
Well, I think he's watching the Yankee hitters. He thinks he's going to get another opportunity to pitch, so he wants to watch and see if McGlinchey or even Mulholland, anyone was able to find a weakness in some of these hitters. I mean, you can watch and see from the bench. You can see when a guy's a little late on a fastball in, or whether he's early on a breaking ball in. You can see those things very well from the bench.
And the 0-2 pitch. Way high and outside. The screen still 1-2. If the Yankees win this game, they will be 20-3 in the playoffs and World Series over the last 2 years. That's against the best competition baseball can throw at them.
Even more impressive, they would have won the last 10 World Series games they played in.
To play again. On the other hand, the Braves are looking at a 6-game World Series losing streak.
And it's hard to imagine that you could have a 6-game losing streak when you have Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz as your top 3 pitchers.
Well, they lost one of those games 1-0. Another 3-2 in Game 6 in '96 when Jimmy Key beat Maddox. Well-pitched game last night that came apart on them in the 8th inning. Off the outside edge, 2-2. Andres Galarraga a spectator all season long after the diagnosis of cancer, but he's responded well to treatment, and they expect he'll be able to resume his career next spring. Bernie Williams rolls it back up the middle for his third hit of the night.
One thing the Yankee hitters do when they get 2 strikes, it seems that they shorten up their swings and make contact. We saw a couple of big swings earlier in this at bat. See how he just guides it back through the middle? They shorten their swings and put the ball in play. Good hitting there. You can see him almost guide that ball right back through the middle. Earlier in the at bat, you could see him having free and easy swings. But when they get 2 strikes, they know how to hit with 2 strikes. And we've seen that a lot in this ball game tonight, that they've been able to produce with 2 strikes on them. And a lot of times the hitting instructor, Chris Chambliss, preaches, you know, shorten up on your swing and go back through the middle. And we've seen them do that very successfully tonight.
Like the Braves hitting coach Don Baylor, Chambliss has been mentioned in connection with a couple of managerial openings. A strike to Martinez. The Yankees have 13 hits to Atlanta's 1. 1-1. Kevin McGlinchey on the mound finds himself in the World Series in his rookie year in the majors. He went 7-3 this season, and his ERA was under 3. He's 22 years old, 6'5" and 220. And he's ahead of Martinez, a ball and 2 strikes.
Baseball is a funny game, Bob. You're talking about him being as a rookie, being in the World Series his first year in the major leagues. Ernie Banks, one of the all-century players, played his entire career with the Cubs and never reached the World Series. And the great Ted Williams only played in 1. So you're pretty lucky if you get a chance to play in several World Series during your career.
And he fans Martinez, who tipped it back into Meyer's glove. To the bottom of the 8th. It's all New York tonight.
Is it about now or later? Does it make you nervous or confident? At American General Financial Group, our life insurance companies sell more policies than anybody. Solutions to build a better future for your children, to carry on your business. It's about trust, about living the life you've imagined. American General Financial Group. Live the life you've imagined.
Lexmark is changing the face of printing with a passion. The new Lexmark Z-Series printers. They have the highest inkjet resolution on the planet to make your ideas jump right off the page. Lexmark. Passion for printing ideas.
5 things to consider about the Chevy Impala. It's new. It starts under $20,000. It's designed, engineered, and built to be carefree. It's at your Chevy dealer now. It's received the highest frontal crash rating possible. 5 stars from the federal government. The new Chevy Impala. As USA Today put it, it's a lot more car than you imagine, at a lower price than you expect. The new Chevy Impala.
Let's go for a drive.
Between every milestone are moments we share together. Now at McDonald's, we're saluting the Walt Disney World Millennium Celebration. Start with 2 Morning Fresh Sausage McMuffins with egg for $2, or 2 Big Macs for $2. Where can you start celebrating the millennium?
Honey?
Michelob Light has a smooth, satisfying taste you won't find in an ordinary light beer.
Hi, baby.
Oh, hi, Daddy.
Beer or Michelob Light?
A faraway land brought them together.
I'm happy right here.
And led them to a magical secret where a forbidden love
Families are gonna fight each other.
sparked an epic war that could destroy their world.
I warned you to pay the ultimate price.
And ours. Leprechauns, NBC Sunday in 2 weeks.
While we were away, Mel Stottlemyre, after conferring with David Cone, you see him make that signal to Joe Torre, indicating that Cone is done. And in fact, he heads for the clubhouse. 7 innings, 1 hit, 5 walks, 4 strikeouts for Cone. He threw 109 pitches while he was in there. And now it's Ramiro Mendoza.
And he has really been pitching well once he got on track. And everyone on the Yankees says as long as he stays on top of the ball, he has an excellent sinker. When he drops down a little bit, the ball seems to straighten out.
He'd be in the starting rotation of almost any other team. Maybe not the Braves, and obviously not the Yankees, but most other clubs in the big leagues. He was the winner of Game 3 at San Diego in last year's World Series. For the regular season, he went 9-9 for New York. The first man he faces is 40-year-old Otis Nixon, who had only 151 plate appearances this year and batted .205. He chops it over the mound. Knobloch whirls, throws, bounces it, and Nixon beats it out. Well, what's up with that, Joe?
Well, he made a play like that against Boston where he jumped up in the air and made a perfect throw to first base. But this one he throws into the ground and it just doesn't work. It's a tough play because Otis Nixon's very fast down the line. Now watch, he makes the catch. He wants to get rid of it quickly. He jumps in the air, and his throw lands about halfway, but it doesn't get to first base in time. As you can see, Nixon beats it out.
And it scored an infield single. Nixon is still plenty fast.
Watch, Knobloch wants to jump up in there and throw the ball as he did in the Boston series and get the run at first. He actually makes a one-hop throw right on target. But he was actually running away from first base, so he didn't get as much on the throw as he wanted.
So in one swing, the Braves now have as many hits off Mendoza as they did against Cone in 7 innings. 1-2 to Gerald Williams. Tap foul at the plate.
And you'll see a lot of ground balls and top balls when Mendoza is throwing at his best because he has such a heavy sinker. You hit the top of the ball, as we saw Nixon do, and you see Gerald Williams on top of a couple of pitches.
Gerald Williams got the big double off Kenny Rogers that started the 11th inning rally that won the pennant for them, and Williams scored the pennant-winning run. But apart from that, he hasn't been on base much lately at the top of the order. A bouncer to second. Knobloch shovels to Jeter, and Williams hits into a 4-6-3 double play. One reason, certainly not the sole reason, but one reason why the Braves are struggling to score is that their leadoff man is 2 for his last 29.
Watch Knobloch. Perfect feed to Jeter. He comes across, and that's the way you make a double play. 4 to 6 to 3. Perfect timing there. You can tell they've worked together a lot on that particular play.
Ozzie Guillen taps it back to Mendoza. Just like that, the Braves are finished in the 8th.
Now there's a Chevy Venture with flip and fold seats and a built-in entertainment system.
I knew I should have taken a left turn at Albuquerque.
Fun things are bound to happen when Chevy and Warner Brothers get together. Introducing the new Warner Brothers edition from Chevy Venture, the most versatile minivan ever. One quick call can help you learn more.
Let's go! Okay, let's take another call for our expert. We've got Ed in Cleveland on the line.
You guys are way off. That sector's trending up, and with overseas support and strong earnings, it's an obvious buy recommendation. Consumer confidence is strong. Excuse me. I'm on TV. I don't care. Take out the garbage. The whole world can hear you. Take it out. I'm analyzing securities.
It's time for E-Trade, the #1 place to invest online.
It's taken 100 years and over 15,000 players to assemble the most exclusive team in history, the Major League Baseball All-Century Team. Now you can order the commemorative video and book by calling 1-888-CENTURY. Both honor the game's greatest players through unforgettable images and stories, exclusive interviews, and vintage footage. Order the book and video for only $44.95 plus shipping by calling 1-888-CENTURY. This message furnished by Major League Baseball.
Oh, my God.
A co-ed murdered, superstar athletes accused.
You got away with one before.
A secret tradition exposed. All new Law & Order, Special Victims Unit, NBC Monday.
Here's what's coming up on News Channel 4 after the game. All of the incredible Yankee highlights you may have missed during Game 2 of the World Series. Len Berman and Bruce Beck are live with how the Yanks dominated the Braves hit after hit, inning after inning.
Then banned baseball legend Pete Rose answered some tough questions about his trouble with gambling. Find out why he wasn't too happy when the interview was over.
And on the health front, important news about the benefits of soy protein. Dr. Ian Smith has a report you don't want to miss. It's all coming up after Game 2 of the World Series right here on NBC4.
NBC's coverage of the 1999 World Series is brought to you by E-Trade, the #1 place to invest online. By Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And by AT&T One Rate 7-cent plan. One simple rate, all day, every day.
Turner Field has begun to empty out, and as some of these fans leave, no doubt they're wondering whether the tickets for Game 6 will be good. It looks like the Braves will have to win at least 2 of 3 at Yankee Stadium to bring the series back here. Mop-up time as McGlinchey works till a day. 0-2. Yankee hits.
One of the great things about a baseball game is every day is a different day. And it appears that the Yankees are going to go home up 2-0. But I'm telling you, I've seen Tom Glavine pitch, I've seen John Smoltz pitch, and we've seen Greg Maddux. And all 3 are capable of winning a game on the road. And I think Bobby Cox is aware of that. And I think he's going to keep his team in that vein. But they still have to score some runs. They're going to have to figure a better way to attack these Yankee pitchers.
Lockhart can't get it, and it's another hit for Leday. His second of the night. Looking back to 1996, the Braves won Game 1 12-1. Andrew Jones, as a rookie, homering in his first 2 World Series at-bats at Yankee Stadium. Then Maddux was close to unhittable in Game 2. It was 4-0. Considering the way they had blitzed through the Division Series and the League Championship Series, and the fact that the Braves were then the defending world champions, having beaten the Cleveland Indians in 1995, people thought it was all but over.
Now we have the roles reversed, Bob. I mean, the Yankees are coming off a world championship last year, and they've been able to just breeze through everyone. And we'll just have to see if the Braves are able to pick themselves up and bounce back. I think one ball game can turn this whole series around, but that ball game has to be Tuesday night in New York. So a lot of pressure will be put on Tom Glavine and the rest of the Braves to make sure that they win that ball game on Tuesday night.
The 0-2 to Brocious, a called strike 3. Here's what remains. Games 3, 4, and 5 if necessary at Yankee Stadium. Then back to Turner Field if the Braves can get something done in New York for games 6 and 7. Girardi is the only Yankee non-pitcher without a hit tonight. He's 0 for 3 with a sacrifice. It was tonight's Yankee starter, David Cone, who began the turnaround for them in '96 by beating Glavine in Atlanta in Game 3. Then in Game 4, the Yankees trailed 6-0 and came back to win. That's the game where Leyritz had the big home run off Mark Wohlers. Then in Game 5, Andy Pettit, with relief help from John Wetland, wins 1-0 over Smoltz. Then Jimmy Key outduels Maddox, and the Yankees win Game 6 at home. No one thought anything like that could happen.
And the 4-0 defeat by Maddox in Game 2 of that series is the last time the Yankees have lost the World Series game. Jimmy Leyritz and the Rocket.
Two and 2 to Girardi. Paul O'Neill, you wonder how much longer he'll be the Yankees right fielder. He has been terrific for them, both in terms of production and his intense presence. Bounce to third, short hop by Chipper Jones. Can he find the handle in time? Yes. So he avoids the E5 by recovering on this.
Well, he charges to get it on the short hop. Can't make the short hop, but he stays with it, grabs it, and he fires a strike to first base. That's what you call staying with a ground ball, and you see the throw does beat Girardi to first base.
Now Mendoza, who has one career plate appearance, makes contact. Lockhart takes it and throws him out. To the bottom of the ninth, 3 outs from a 2-0 lead in the series.
It's timeless, like her beauty. Ageless, like her smile. And like your love, everlasting. Is there any other way to show your love was meant to last a lifetime? Well, you could tell her. Then with the same 13 grand, she could have over $60,000 for her retirement. We just thought you should know. Ask a financial advisor about Sun America, the retirement specialist.
This is my daddy. He's a Gemini man. He fixes cars. He can fix anything. People like my dad. He says it's because they trust him.
Gemini Automotive Care, only where you see this sign.
Jim and John were competing for the same promotion. Then Jim got the amazingly quiet Genie Accelerator, which opens twice as fast. Jim got to work quicker. Jim got the big promotion. John works for Jim now. The Accelerator, only from Genie.
Excuse me, sir. Forgot your receipt.
Checkout lines. Who needs them? This is the future of e-business.
Have a nice day.
Still trying to make the major leagues? Log on to MajorLeagueBaseball.com to reach the major leagues every day. Video highlights on demand. Live game audio. 7 days! Get comprehensive World Series coverage and order your official clubhouse cap and tee. MajorLeagueBaseball.com lets you be a part of the major leagues, and it may even help your game.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Thanks again to the crew of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes for the view of tonight's game they've provided from overhead. 51,226 were here at the start. Less than half of that remaining as the Braves come up in the bottom of the ninth, trailing 7-0. The all-century team was honored before tonight's game. It's doubtful that Lefty Grove, Christy Mathewson, Sandy Koufax, or Bob Gibson could have held the Braves any more in check than Yankee pitching has through the first 2 games.
Might have a few more strikeouts.
There are a lot of zeros on that sheet. Two hits last night, 2 hits so far tonight. Their only run on Chipper Jones' homer. Of the 2 hits tonight, 1 was hit sharply, a line single to center by the catcher Greg Myers. The other was an infield hit by Otis Nixon. And there's their 3rd hit as Chipper Jones takes one through the box.
Well, Mendoza gets a sinker up a little bit, and Chipper takes advantage of it and hits it right back through the middle. So that one is up, about belt high, and he rips it back through the middle for a base hit.
Strike 1 to Jordan. He's flied out twice and walked.
So far in this series, first 2 games, Bob, they have pitched Brian Jordan away, and they've had him reaching for pitches. We've seen him hit a couple of balls off the end of the bat and just not be able to have a good swing at a pitch. Sometimes when they're staying away from you, I think you have to force them to do something different, maybe move up a couple of inches on the plate. See, there it is again, out over the plate, and he doesn't have that same swing that we've talked about with Jordan. See where Girardi's set up? Everything has been out there 90% of the time. Cone made a mistake in his second at bat, but he wasn't able to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Actually, it was his first at bat. There it is again.
A little number charged by Brocious. Quick throw, got him.
What happens is you have teams, they have scouts following you for the last couple of weeks of the season to see which pitches you're handling best. Nice play here by Brocious. And I talked to Gene Michaels before the ballgame. He said they had 2 guys on each team, not 1. They had 2. So that, you know, if someone else, you know, saw something different than he did, they were able to combine their knowledge and come up with a good scouting report. And I'd have to say that looking at the way the Yankees pitchers have pitched, not only in this, but in the division and the LCS, and now the World Series, I think their scouting reports are very good. They know exactly where to attack each hitter.
It's one thing to have good scouting reports, and obviously the Yankees do.
Right.
It's another thing to have a pitching staff that can pitch to those reports.
Exactly. And I think the one thing that the Braves have been able to do their entire career is pitch to hitters' weaknesses. Whether that be off-speed pitches or sinkers or whatever, they've been able to vary their speeds and go to a hitter's weakness. And so far in this series, it's, you know, the Yankees have done a better job at that.
1-2 pitch. Misses the inside corner. 2-2 to Klesko.
For instance, we saw Klesko hit the home run off 2 breaking balls. All they're throwing him now is fastballs in and breaking balls in off the plate.
Mike Stanton in the Yankee bullpen, just in case things get completely out of hand here. Klesko hits one in the air to right. O'Neill is there to take it.
Fastball in on his fist again.
While we have a chance, this play of the game is brought to you by Merrill Lynch. There's a new way to work with Merrill Lynch, and that's any way you want. This is the hit by Paul O'Neill off a 1-2 curveball from Kevin Millwood that produced the game's first run. The first 3 Yankees all singled. That made it 1-0. By the time the top half of the first was over, it was 3-0. and it's only gotten worse for Millwood and the Braves since. A ball to Lockhart. Mendoza an out away from completing a 2-inning stint, but obviously it was not a save situation. A 7-0 game when he entered. The carnage was over by the top of the 5th. The Yankees haven't scored since then. 3 in the first, 2 in the third, 1 in both the 4th and 5th for a 7-0 lead. Three and 0. Lockhart's 0 for 2 with a walk. Obviously taking all away and might be taking another one here on 3-1. Full count. A base hit would allow the Braves to avoid the shutout.
I assume those are Yankee fans standing up with 2 strikes.
Well, there's some very faint-hearted tomahawk chopping going on, but not much at this stage. This is too good a team to go this quietly. We'll see what happens when we get to the Bronx. He walks. Let's see what Torrey has in mind here. Maybe just late dinner reservations. Just checking the lineup card. Here's Greg Myers. He's walked, singled, and fly to center. Cuts and misses.
We talked to Joe Torre about the difference in managing, you know, in the National League as compared to managing in an American League ballpark with the DH. And he was very open and honest with us. He basically said that he enjoyed National League baseball better and that it was a better brand of baseball.
Bobby Cox feels the same way.
And there's Joe telling Mendoza, get on top. See, he's not on top right there, and you see the movement of his ball is a little different. It's kind of flat. It's tailing a little bit, but it's flat. Now watch where he throws this from. See, that's 3/4, not even a good 3/4. And they say he's most effective when he gets on top of his sinker.
Myers hits it right through the wickets. Into center field, it produces a run.
And Joe is not happy because he's not getting on top. Now watch this pitch. See where he throws it from? He drops down, and that's more 3/4 motion. And he wants him to get a little bit more on top, but that ball there is smashed right back through the middle. When he first came in, we saw a lot of top ground balls. Now you see them hitting a few hard ground balls.
So Joe goes to the bullpen, and we go to commercial.
It's 11 a.m. Do you know where your stocks are? CNBC.com. Profit from it.
Back at Turner Field, Ramiro Mendoza was cruising along looking to finish the game. But a 2-out single by Greg Myers produces Atlanta's first run. And Joe Torre, even with a 7-1 lead, goes to the bullpen. What's his purpose here, Joe?
Well, I think the fact that Joe went out to get it tells you something. He made a motion. He wanted him to get on top. and he didn't get on top. We saw the next few pitches were not on top. But what happened was I think Joe was just unhappy, and he's going to take Mendoza out so that he can save him for later on in the series. But when he's on top, we saw a lot of top ground balls and weak ground balls. But when he dropped down a little bit, we saw the 3/4 motion, not as much movement or sink action on his fastball, sinking action on his fastball.
Hard to find something to be upset about when you're about to go ahead 2-0 in the series and you lead 7-1 in the ninth, but Torre has found something that's less than perfect. So he brings in Jeff Nelson, who faced a couple of hitters in the 8th inning last night. Nelson wears number 43 because that's the number of his relief pitching idol, Dennis Eckersley, who for a long, long time was the premier reliever in the American League with the Oakland A's. So Mendoza might be the only glum New York Yankee tonight.
Well, but he'll get over it because, you know, all he's concerned with is the team winning. He would have rather have been able to do the job for the team, but, you know, he knows that he's going to get another opportunity to pitch in the World Series. And he knows that he did a great job in the LCS for the Yankees. He helped them get here to the World Series.
Pitcher's spot in the order is due. It's the 8th slot. There's David Cone, who pitched the first 7 and yielded only 1 hit. He's going to get his 2nd career World Series victory against no defeats. So the pitcher's spot is due, and Brett Boone, who sat out tonight's game, with Keith Lockhart taking his place at 2nd, as Bobby Cox made some changes in his lineup in an unsuccessful attempt to find some runs in that bat rack somewhere. So Boone's the pinch hitter with 2 outs in the 9th. Ball 1 from Nelson.
And a lot of people will look at the lineup that Bobby Cox put out there. He made some changes at short, 2nd. I really think that you have a 7-game series. You have time to try something to jumpstart your ball club. I think he'll go back to his normal lineup on Tuesday in New York. But I really feel that what he did today was trying to jumpstart this team because they had not scored a lot of runs even in the New York series. They had not been producing a lot of runs. So he just wanted to try something with some guys that have been swinging the bat pretty well. Guillen had gotten some key hits for him. Lockhart had swung the bat well, both coming off the bench. So he said, well, I'm going to give them a shot at playing in a ball game and give them 4 at-bats.
And with the left-hander Andy Pettitte going for New York, you put Boone back in, right-handed bat. Weiss is a switch hitter. They might use their other shortstop, Jose Hernandez, as a right-handed designated hitter in Game 3. That's in there, 2-2. There's Hernandez, not called upon tonight. And the 2-2 pitch. And Boone rips it down the left field line. It's a fair ball, extra bases in the corner. It's 7-2, and runners are at 2nd and 3rd. The Braves had 2 hits through 8. They have 3 hits in the 9th.
Well, it may be too late for this ball game, but at least they're building some confidence to know that they can score some runs. This is breaking ball that Boone rips down the left field line and goes into the corner.
And the diehards who remain are making some noise. Otis Nixon had an infield single in the 8th. That's his only at-bat to this point. And Otis spins away.
And if you're the Braves, all you want to do is make sure you give the Yankees a good finish here and give them something to think about when you go to New York.
He takes a strike. Rivera is just a spectator, hands on hips, and the same could be said of Mike Stanton, the lefty. Hit sharply to short. Jeter's up with it. And that's the way Game 2 ends in Atlanta. Two runs in the bottom of the ninth for the Braves. Too little, too late. 2-0 New York in the series.
Of course, the Yankees are comfortable going back to New York with a 2-0 series lead, but I think the Braves will find out what they're made of. They'll go to New York on Tuesday, and I expect them to come out with a different attitude, a different approach. I think they're going to have to make some adjustments to what they've seen the Yankees pitchers do to them.
And tonight's Chevrolet Player of the Game is David Cone. So now the Braves will look to do the very thing the Yankees did to them 3 Octobers ago. And now for some housekeeping. The final score once again, the Yankees 7 and the Braves 2. Tuesday night at 8 Eastern, we're in the Bronx to bring you World Series Game 3 with Andy Pettitte going for New York and Tom Glavine scheduled to pitch for the Braves. A look back here at some of the ceremony before the game honoring the All-Century team. So coming up next on most of these NBC stations, it's your late local news. For those of you who'd like to continue with our World Series coverage, tune to CNBC right now for the post-game report. For Joe Morgan, Jim Gray, and Craig Sager, I'm Bob Costas. This is NBC, home of the 1999 World Series. And from Atlanta, Georgia, good night, everybody.
To bring you the special World Hole. And preceding Game 2, Major League Baseball and credit card company unveiled the 30 greatest players of the century. Pete Rose and Hank Aaron got 2 of the biggest ovations of the night. 30 players in all named, 18 of all of them who were living were at the game. As for the game, Chuck Knobloch and Derek Jeter led off with singles against Kevin Millwood, and then Paul O'Neill did likewise. Base hit, Yanks up 1-0 on 3 hits and 3 batters. Bernie Williams wrapped into a double play, so Jeter was on third with 2 outs. Tino Martinez sends one up the middle. And after a Ricky LeDay walk, Scott Brocious, Mr. World Series base hit. He's 5 for 9 in this series, 13 for 26 lifetime in the World Series. 3-0 Yanks. Yankees scored 4 2-out runs in this ball game. It's 4-0 in the top of the third. Terry Mulholland in relief. David Cone's liner dropped by Ozzie Guillen with 2 outs. So it's 5-0 Yankees. Ozzie Guillen never does that. Bobby Cox can't believe his eyes. Top of the fourth, 5-0 Yanks, 2 on for Tino Martinez, and it's Keith Lockhart who makes the error this time. 6-0 Yankees. Boy, you just can't give Yankees any opportunities like that. David Cone, more than enough cushion for him. The 7th inning, he closes it out with men on the corners with a strikeout of Andrew Jones. 4 strikeouts, no earned runs, and 7 innings of work for David Cone. And the Yankees take Game 2 by the score of 7-2. The Braves have 7 hits and 57 at-bats in the series. So the New York Yankees have now won 10 straight World Series baseball games, 7 of them on the road. 2 of those games were won by David Cone in Atlanta, where we now send our coverage with Carl Ravitch.
Well, the
the Fall Classic has been the fall from grace for the Atlanta Braves. Save for a couple in the ninth inning of Game 2, this has been not a classic, but a massacre. And reminiscent of the '96 series, the Braves won the first 2 games of that set. They outscored the Yankees 16-1, out-hit them 23-11. We're seeing similar dominance so far from the Yankees as they outscored them 11-3, and they've out-hit them 20-7. Harold Reynolds and Dave Campbell. You looked at Kevin Millwood. He got the ball a day earlier. He had done that during the regular season. In fact, it was on 3 days rest, and it was dominant. He was rested. He wasn't dominant.
Now, and you just wonder, I mean, this is always speculation, but his career high in innings pitched coming into the season was 174. This year, coming into the game tonight, 251 and 2/3 innings. That's 77 and 2/3 innings more than he's ever pitched. And you just wonder, he didn't have much life on the fastball tonight. 4 times in the first inning, he gave up hits with 2 strikes. Chuck Knobloch at an 0-2. Paul O'Neill drove in the first run. A couple of breaking balls stayed up in the zone. And Brochus on a 2-strike. He just couldn't put people away. You know, in the Mets series in Game 6, he threw great for 5 innings, 93 to 95 miles an hour. All of a sudden, he went down to 90 to 93. The Mets started to hit him. He didn't hit 94 until the 2nd inning tonight, Harold. What did you say?
Well, I totally agree with this, Soup. I think that he's been throwing an awful lot. Actually, you know, when they talk about using all these Braves pitchers when they have an opportunity on their day off, it's not the same pitching on the side as it is in a ball game. You get into a game, you have so much adrenaline flowing. Here he is in the League Championship Series. He gets the save. That's great. That's fine and dandy. It was the 12th inning. But after that, like you said, Soup, the big decline. Now tonight, the 0-2 fastball to Knobloch, that's a ball that nobody catches up to in the regular season or even a couple weeks ago. And then O'Neill, this fastball right here, another 0-2 pitch. He drills it down the right field line. When you're able to turn on Millwood's fastball right off the top of the game, you knew he didn't have his best stuff. They were already jumping on that fastball. Super, you're absolutely right. I think the innings started to wear him out.
Well, the key also, as you mentioned, was the 2-strike hits that we saw from the New York Yankees. Every time they got 2 strikes against him, this crowd went nuts. By the 3rd time that a guy had gotten a hit with 2 strikes, they were sitting on their hands. Now, it's been the law of diminishing returns. You see the numbers in the left-hand column for Kevin Millwood going down, the numbers in the center and the right going up, and that is not good. Innings pitched, as Dave mentioned, 9 against the Astros, 2, his shortest outing this season. This is his worst loss this season and his first loss since August. We'll have much more from the World Series with Harold and Dave. Royce Clayton, Rick Sutcliffe join Mark Schwartz on the field. We'll hear from Yankees and Braves as we continue with our coverage. The Yankees now have won 10 straight World Series games. Back to the studio.
Also on the way, the man affectionately referred to as Punk Rocker. John Rocker is our Sunday conversation. While in Dallas, Dion proves he may have been down, but certainly.
Torre pushes, but they all went wrong for Bobby Cox in games 1 and 2. In the Joe Torre era, we have not seen the Yankees lose a World Series game on the road. And they now, as a team, have won 10 straight World Series games. I think Joe Torre would have appreciated it had the Yankees closed out this game without giving the Atlanta Braves a glimmer of hope that they can score runs off of somebody wearing a Yankee uniform. But bottom line is he'll take it, because in that Atlanta Braves clubhouse right now, they know how they were dominated here tonight. Deb, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take you through some of the key plays in this that we saw so far in this game here tonight in the Yankees against a guy who won 18 games for the Atlanta Braves. They got to him in a hurry with 3 straight hits in the first inning. Let's go back and show you what happened. This game barely started after the team of the century was announced, and here's Kevin Millwood. Chuck Knobloch. He was behind in the count 0-2. In fact, early in the game, Millwood was just 2 strikes before anybody saw a good count. But Derek Jeter came through, and so did Paul O'Neill. That drove in the first run of the ball game, and there were some rumblings here at Turner Field. Then Bernie Williams hit into a 6-6-3 double play and a 2-out clutch hit by Tino Martinez, who would have a 2-hit game. Then it was Scott Brochus. A single and an RBI, scoring the Yankees another run. And the Yankees would score 3 in that first inning, sending 8 hitters to the plate. So feeling pretty good about things. And you had to be here at Turner Field to hear how quickly the fans left their team. They would be booed many times in this game tonight here at Turner Field. Bottom of the first inning, David Cohn got in a little trouble, but Brian Jordan made the 3rd out of the game when he put Ricky Leday's back up against the wall. That would be the hardest ball that the Braves would hit all game. Now we want to go to the top of the 3rd. Millwood allowed the Yankees a walk in the 2nd inning, a stolen base, and that's it. But here we go. 3rd inning, another great start. Bernie Williams, a 3-hit game. He started things off underneath Keith Lockhart. Then Tino Martinez, he came through again, and the Yankees have a rally in progress. Ricky Leday with a smash to the gap in left center field. That drove in another run,